of the board. When we have 20 or more speakers, each speaker has 2 minutes. I'm going to give the names of our first 3 speakers. You're welcome to come to the front while you wait your turn. Our first 3 speakers are Jordan Walker, Nina Luxembourg, and John Ralston.
Good morning. My name is Jordan Walker. I'm a resident of District 1. In addition to myself, I am representing numerous friends and family members who share these concerns, but do not have the ability to be here in person this morning. I made remarks that I was prepared to speak to, but I'm going to save us some time and speak to the things we saw this morning here, the presentations, and in what contrast Project Blue and Amazon is to each of these presentations. We had HSL Properties honored for their reinvestment and commitment to the community, 50 years here in Tucson, reinvesting and providing for the community. K&G, employee-owned company, quite the difference from Amazon in the way they treat their employees. We had the Toy Drive, we had Emerge, we had El Rio, we had Humane Borders. All these people are very invested in our community. We have people from every walks of life. And Project Blue and Amazon and AI data centers are in direct contrast to the values of every one of these organizations that we're all here supporting. Finally, I'd like to speak on Pima Prospers. I saw that that was on the agenda. What an amazing and well-written document. An idea to plan for our future here in Pima County, plan for environmental conservation, plan for sustainable development. The data centers are not addressed in that, and that goes in direct contrast of this. And then finally, I've got 35 seconds. I'll speak to the crosswalk that Mr. Lopez brought up in front of Gospel Rescue Mission. I'm a fire captain and paramedic with 28 years of service in this community. I respond probably 5 to 6 times to Gospel Rescue Mission every day. I respond to fatality pedestrian strokes at that, and I really encourage you to follow through. And he's given such an investment to Tucson. Please support that crosswalk. I would say make it a physical barrier to protect people that are intoxicated drugs and alcohol, and also drivers that are as well. That is all I'll say with my time left. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. A correction, we have 26 speakers. Ms. Luxembourg.
Nina Luxembourg.
Can you speak into the microphone, please? Thank you.
Nina Luxembourg.
You can angle it down.
Nina
There you go.
Luxembourg. Supervisors, until recently, I thought your priorities matched the priorities of your constituents. But we have a right to live here with affordability, safety, and health without data centers. You know how we feel about this, but you maybe don't know all the facts, and I want to share a few with you. Amazon purchased in Pennsylvania land next to the Susquehanna nuclear power plant for their data center. Microsoft in Pennsylvania is purchasing the power plant on 3 Mile Island because they expect to need enough electricity to power 800,000 homes every year. Amazon and Med in Louisiana are building natural gas plants. Natural gas sounds like a benign adjective, but gas is fossil fuel and its primary pollutant is methane, more than 80 times more powerful than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. PJM, which services electricity for 13 states, including Virginia, where Amazon operates the largest data center in the world, is about to submit a request to the FERC to fast-track an interconnection queue to let data centers connect to the grid within months instead of years. That experts warn will be the prioritized gas plants. I thought we wanted Arizona to be the solar energy state and lead the way for renewables. Nuclear power plants, not a good idea for a state with chronic drought. More fossil fuel plants, not a good idea. Their emissions will accelerate global warming and air pollution, which is now the second leading cause of death of cancer worldwide. And do you think we can trust the ACC to monitor the safety of gas pipelines? Forecasters say data centers may consume more than 400 terawatt hours by 2030. That's close to 10% of the electricity generated in the United States last year. And what about Arizona's dwindling water supply from the Colorado River Basin? In Pima County, we're fighting to halt HUD-based face construction of massive open-pit copper world mining project in the Santa Ritas. They estimate using 4.4 billion gallons of water per year, and they plan on mining here for at least 40 years. Last Tuesday, the Supreme Court gave the green light to Resolution Copper for their massive copper mining project. They estimate 40 billion pounds of copper over the lifetime of their mine 30 miles east of Phoenix. How many billions gallons of water will they be using? There are so many facts you need to research and consider. In conclusion, we urge you.
Thank you, Ms. Luxemburg. Mr. Ralston.
Hello, my name is John Ralston. I live in Tucson in District 5. I'm wearing my team's jersey, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Regarding Project Blue, this whole process has been extremely infuriating due to the collusion, secrecy, and gaslighting of the process. During this process, citizens have been carefully managed to provide constrained unidirectional engagement that is politely endured while running out the clock so that a box can be checked off that the public was allowed public comment. Unbeknownst to many people, however, is that Beal Infrastructure and Amazon Web Services have had seemingly unlimited access to public officials during this process. For example, at the Industrial Water Solutions Conference in Columbus, Ohio on June 23rd through the 25th of 2025, Christina Kassler of Beal Infrastructure, Diana Hagan, Usman Khan, Sam Ofori, Diana Rodriguez, Jadine Stensland, and Gert Vanderwald of Amazon Web Services were in attendance with Natalie DeRook, John Kimmick, Scott Schladweiler of Tucson Water. Proximity doesn't necessarily suggest collusion. However, why would Beal and AWS need to attend an industrial water conference? I would urge the media in attendance to look at this and other conferences that elected officials and city or county staff have attended during the Project Blue development timeline. It has been alleged that Supervisor Scott has been seen in public dining with members of Beal Infrastructure here in town at the Cup. I would like the Supervisor Scott to comment on this as well. Further, I'd like every member of the Board of Supervisors as well as staff to disclose the professional and social interactions they've had with Beal and AWS. I invite whistleblowers to send tips to the media and to disclose unethical or illegal conduct, as well as provide direction for topics for public records requests. I have a ton more to say, but again, we are subject to restrained unilateral or unidirectional engagement. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rolfe. Okay, our next three speakers, and you're all welcome to come to the front, Willie Blake, Luke Felix Rose, and Roger Volker.
Thank you. Two items on the agenda. I'll be very quickly.
Are you Mr. Blake?
I'm sorry?
Are you Mr. Blake?
Oh, no, I'm not.
Okay, that's Mr. Blake is our next speaker.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you for this couple of minutes. I'm glad you made it, Doctor, because this is just a minute of thank you. Pima County Board Advisor, Community Action. In the rural areas we serve, and you provide the funds. Now, the funds that you use and we use to help those areas out in rural areas, it keeps seniors and the entire family from being homeless. And that's my concern. And you've been doing a good job in the past year, so I just wanted to get up early and make sure I got here to say thank you. Most people don't know what you do. Good job. Most people don't know what you do. And I'm just here to say to you, thank you, thank you. And you had another person over at the Stadium District. Her name is Sarah. She got married. She got married. She told me last week there's three rings. She didn't realize when you get married, there's three rings. There's an engagement ring, marriage ring, and there's a suffering ring. Thank you. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Mr. Felix Rose.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Luke Felix Rose. I am a student at the U of A, and I like to think that I represent a large portion of that community when I speak to you today about the compact that will be coming down on the U of A and the way that it is also tied to Project Blue. You see, when the administration forces down rules on a community, it is still up to that community to decide how they go about implementing it. I'm quite frankly confused by the way I've seen members of this board behave and vote as well. And especially Dr. Matt Hines, you said that you had regretted your initial vote on Project Blue. I'm just a little confused as to why you seem to be changing your tune yet again. I just don't feel adequately represented by my Board of Supervisors in the way that I feel represented by perhaps my city council, right? I just would like to see you listen to your constituents more as you, Chair Rex Scott, mentioned, how can we better serve our constituents? In contrast to your comment that this is a representative democracy, of course, I ask that you represent us. And that is all. And that you listen to the experts here in this room. You have a brilliant community full of voices that can explain things to you that private equity is probably not going to do adequately. You know, they're biased people with biased statistics. As a student, I'll tell you, statistics are biased. They're not objective. So listen to the full community, the broad range of voices you get the privilege of having in front of you that have come out of their free time, whereas this is your job, this is their free time to speak to you. So with my whole heart, I thank you, and I hope you listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Felix. If, before Mr. Volker speaks, I am perfectly fine with people applauding after a speaker speaks, and the finger snapping is not only subtle, kind of reminds me of an old jazz club, but let's not interrupt speakers while they're speaking with applause or shouts. Mr. Volker.
Thank you. First, I want to urge the council to support both the U of A resolution. I'm very concerned about the Trump administration trying to take control of our universities. And I also urge you to join the West Coast Health Alliance. But my main concern right now is Project Blue. And many speakers will talk about the local impacts of that particular power, and if it's air cooled, that will require even more power and more noise. But I, especially because others will address these issues, I want to remind the council that of the responsibility and our responsibility to the global impact of the entire AI movement, if you will. I'm not opposed to it, but I think there's too much on the profit motive and not enough for the safety concerns of AI globally. Globally, they're building thousands of these, or they're proposed, some of them with power requirements as much as 1.5 to 3.5 times the power requirements of the city of San Francisco, according to the Washington Post. And the emissions, the carbon emissions, would be the footprint would be just immense on that, with global implications. Also, millions of servers would require massive amounts of copper and lithium. Those are mined mostly in the third world country with lax environmental concerns. Those people will pay a huge price. Finally, there's the risks of AI itself. My concern is that we may be, because of insufficient attention to safety and environmental concerns, we may be globally sleepwalking to disaster.
Thank you, Mr. Volker.
Thank you.
All right. Our next three speakers in this order, Reyes Suarez, Kathleen Dreyer, and Hazel Heinzer.
Good morning, Pima County Board of Supervisors. My name is Reyes Suarez. I'm a resident here of Pima County. Personally, I wanted to dispel this notion that Supervisor Hines made at a recent meeting that data center will benefit Tucsonans and local businesses as far as the service they provide. As a cloud storage, it by its very nature is meant to store data for access remotely. Proximity has next to no benefit. But who is really benefiting from this mass initiative nationally to build data centers? What is all this new data that is so needed to be stored and accessed at such a rapid rate? We all know that one major partner with AWS is Palantir, the shady tech company who is currently partnered with ICE to round up and document it and is building databases around for U.S. citizens from the administration. Peter Thiel, the founder of Palantir and PayPal, has stated recently at private lectures at Silicon Valley that regulation against tech like this and climate change activists will bring about the Antichrist. Hopefully that is a warning rather to the dangerous views of these tech billionaires. AWS is also in partnership with Flock Security, the company that's in charge of AI maintaining database of license plate reader cameras. Flock has also recently made aware that an upcoming update will convert its gunshot detectors microphones to also be used to record voice. Another company that is mentioned in the upcoming update, Amazon's own Ring doorbell cameras are set to implement facial recognition algorithms. These tools are all there. The main limiter on mass surveillance right now is the data banks needed to store and access all this information. This is where the data centers come in. Resisting this initiative for data centers is imperative as a safeguard for our privacy and autonomy. Unlike Larry Ellison, the billionaire who recently acquired TikTok, and who is close to the current administration, who believes a well-monitored society is a polite society, I hope that we can all recognize the threat that that means to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Ms. Dreyer.
Thank you very much for the opportunity of being allowed to speak with you this morning. My name is Kathleen Dreyer. I am proud to say I reside in District 3. While my comments today are particularly to you, Supervisor Hines, it is applicable to all of the elected officials, particularly you, Supervisor Scott, and Supervisor Christie. Back in 2020, you participated in my portrait series of frontline workers, where participants shared their knowledge about the impact of COVID, how it was progressing, and how to keep each other safe and healthy. You contributed your expertise to my series based upon yours and your colleagues' lived experience and your medical expertise. Your approach to Project Blue, however, has been quite different. You have ignored the feedback of some of your colleagues. You have disregarded the swath of research that has been presented you by citizen journalists and experts. You have turned your back on your own constituents. Recently, you responded to people and to a person saying, I don't know why you're asking people to show up. Basically, the deal is done. So why do we show up on our own time and dime? Because maybe one day you will have a defining moment where you recognize that you made a mistake. Maybe one day you'll apologize to us, at least symbolically, for what the bind you're putting us all in with TEP, Amazon, and Beale. Maybe one day you will dig deeper and really listen to the research that's been presented you. Maybe one day you will understand the community that we are in and how we are all going to suffer economically and environmentally because of the decisions you have made as a result of false promises wrapped in enticing greenwashing languaging and visions of green dollar signs. We show up because it is clear to us that you don't understand.
Thank you.
More creative ways to use our money.
Hazel Heinzer. Ms. Heinzer.
Good morning. My name is Hazel Heinzer. I'm a family therapist, a mother, and a resident of District 3. I'm originally from Portland, Oregon, and moved here for school in '99. My dad has been lobbying me to move back ever since, citing concerns about climate change and water usage, and that the desert will not remain livable. I always tell him not to worry, that local governments here care about water conservation as much as our community does. And I want to believe that. However, based on the past few years and seeing the process of Project Blue, I'm having a harder time trusting that our local governments really will protect our natural resources and our community. I'm not as knowledgeable on this project as some folks here. However, I absolutely trust the other community members in this room who have decades of knowledge and expertise on these issues. And I hear resoundingly that this project is not what our community wants or needs. Considering the NDA, I wonder what information you all have not been given. For other data centers, Amazon Web Services has proposed solar projects with battery storage to provide power. Have they done that in this case? And if so, will they use local solar installation companies? What's Beal's plan for power for phase 2? TP has been quoted as saying they need to increase natural gas power production in order to power phase 2. What is the plan for brownouts? Will the data center be able to ramp up and down its electricity use, especially during peak demand? How will that affect electricity costs for our community? If Beal has given you information that answers these questions, that needs to be shared with our community so we can fact check them. They claim to be working with community members, but we have not seen that. I need to trust that you all will actually listen to this community, listen to your constituents. Don't simply believe the spin and empty promises of a third-party company representing an out-of-town,
Ms.
out-of-state
Heinzer.
billion-dollar corporation.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Okay, our next 3 speakers in this order are Christoph Heinzer, Vivek Barathan, and Catherine Packard.
My name is Christoph Heinzer. I'm from District 3. I'm a UA graduate with an MBA and a local business owner. I've been committed to renewable, sustainable energy in my career and really appreciated how this has kicked off. I haven't been part of this local government before and was inspired to see the bilingual pledge. I really appreciated Ms. Jax's land acknowledgement and several of the 50-plus year community members here that have been acknowledged for their commitment to this community. Specifically, I want to reiterate the caretakers of this land comment by Ms. Jax, as well as the HSL comment about it's about the community. Long-term developers in this community with positive histories are what came here, and it appears that the developer has already lost trust, in this case, Beal. If sustainable community is the goal, then they should not be given firm power without demonstrating sustainable, renewable local power, without additional higher rates for Tucsonans, without less reliable power for our community, and without further negative environmental impacts. Several of the developers here demonstrated that it's possible. I think it's up to you guys to hold them accountable to whatever they do to make sure that the community of the future in our community here is what you're making your decisions on. I appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you, Mr. Heinzer.
Good morning. My name is Vivek. I'm a resident of District 2. I skipped breakfast this morning, but I'm fed by the energy of my community behind me. And I hope that you will recognize what we represent, both to our future as a community, Tucson as a livable community, and the futures of your electoral futures as well. Last time I was here, I talked a little bit about the land deal and how it shouldn't go through because the closing conditions have not been met. You get to waive that. Beal doesn't get to waive that. It's up to you, and you're choosing to waive that by default. You need to stop that. You need to get with the program, represent us, understand what the will of your community is, and get in there, consult another attorney if you have to, and end this land deal. Now, Reyes already talked about what Amazon and AWS represent in terms of surveillance, in terms of their relationship with Palantir. I'd like to just make it explicit, the danger that that represents, because these data centers are not just, the data centers of this size are not where your cat photos and your Netflix are stored. These are instruments of the surveillance state. They have already been mobilized against immigrants within our borders. They are now going to be actively mobilized against everybody, right? It's not just immigrants, it's everybody perceived to be, especially since the Supreme Court thinks racial profiling is okay now. It is everyone that it will attack, and you have to understand that. And this is not personal, this is structural when I say this, this is institutional. This is about the context of the moment in history we are living in. If you do not understand that, you are not fit to represent us, you are not fit to protect us, you are not fit for office in this context. Maybe at another time, but not now. You need to read up, learn up, listen to what we're telling you, because they are coming for us. You're more protected than we are, but only by a little bit. Only by a little bit.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Packard.
Hello, Supervisors. I'm here as a resident of District 1. I'm here to address all of you, but specifically Supervisor Scott, as one of your constituents. On July 29th, you published a piece in the Tucson Sentinel claiming that Project Blue has tremendous economic benefit. I would like to challenge you on that assumption. This is a moment where you have to prove to us, your constituents, that this does have economic benefit. It's not up to us to prove to you that it doesn't. You have to prove to us that this is something that's good for us. You've heard about the surveillance issues. You've heard about the economic and environmental issues. But according to the Project Blue fact sheet, there's an estimated $250 million in tax revenue over 10 years. In 2023 alone, the Pima County budget was $1.38 billion, okay? And of that $250 million, only $60 million is going to Pima County. That's less than 0.5%. There are 180 jobs promised, but actually only 75 when you read the details. The average salary is going to be $64,000 when those jobs show up. Do you know that the current median income in Pima County is $73,000? That's 13% below median. And 2 or 4 years from now, when those jobs show up, we're going to end up in a position where we're underpaying people. You know that average doesn't mean equal. So we're going to end up with people being paid less than a living wage in Pima County for this data center. These economic benefits are so meager that they could barely be called benefits at all. I'm not sure if this is something that you're trying to insult our intelligence or if you're just delusional. I won't go so far as to say that you've been paid off. This is a betrayal.
Our next 3 speakers are Jenny O'Neill, JP Sabatiera, and Katana A. Ms. O'Neill.
Good morning. My name is Jenny O'Neill, and I am so grateful to call Tucson my home. I can't say anything better than our deeply passionate, poignant, poetic, and palpably prepared community hasn't already laid out before you many, many times over. Again and again, they have presented the data that has born out of thoughtful community care and not from exploitive extraction. So today, I want to focus in on you, specifically those in favor of Project Blue and your why. And I can't tell you your why, but I'm curious when you hear our whys, the whys deep in our bones. Your manufactured curiosity cannot hide your numbness to our words. What made you go numb? What made you lose track of your why, the why that led you to a career of community care and service? Amazon's determination to plant in this area is more than certainly no coincidence. Their positioning here is a desire to embolden and empower surveillance technology aimed at our borderlands to frankly terrorize and illegally kidnap our citizens, to create fear, the diametrical opposite of community care. Allow us to guide you back, to remind you that courage is not the absence of fear, it is what is on the other side. And what is on the other side is bigger than all of us. You have a pivotal opportunity to stand behind your commitment as a public servant and advocate. To advocate not only for your community, but the world at large. To help create a ripple effect against a rising tide of authoritarianism, reliance on artificial intelligence rather than our own innate intelligence. Against the increasing absence of climate change mitigation to protect the planet we all call home. This is not about kicking the watering can down the road to another constituent or community. It is about inspiring other communities and community members to do the same. At this moment, you have such a power to stand in what is right, to show mettle and morals over monetary or perceived momentary gain, to show your community what true courage looks like, the power to say, I was wrong, but I mean to make it right. And isn't this a why to be proud of? Something for us all to be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Scott and board members, JP Salvatierra. I'd like to start out by mentioning the fact that there is a challenge to our public records requests. If you'll Google John R. Brakey versus Santa Cruz County, today, Tuesday, 2 p.m., there'll be an Arizona Court of Appeals, Division 1, 400 West Congress, and they will discuss whether harassing people for getting public records requests is appropriate. It could be a precedent, and it's uncommon, and it's unwarranted. There's Tucson Meet Yourself has a petition drive by Pima County Justice for All to include public defender in immigration court. That's an important first. We also have challenges going on. There are many thorns in the road to success, along with Gospel Rescue Mission that HSL Properties was involved in. We also have, they're named in a lawsuit filed by the Arizona Attorney General alleging a price-fixing conspiracy with RealPage and other landlords to inflate rent prices in Tucson and Phoenix. We have a lot of things to discuss and a lot of changes that we need to make in a humanitarian way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Kitana A. Before you speak, could you share your last name for the
Oh,
for the
sure.
record?
Yes, of course. I meant to write it out fully. Hi, everyone. My name is Keethana Ananda.
Thank you.
I'm a resident of the city of Tucson and specifically of District 2, Supervisor Hines. I'm addressing this to the entire board, but Supervisor Hines, I hope you'll take particular note of what I have to say. I'm asking you all to say no to this deal. Don't close the deal with Beale and Humphreys Peak. The closing conditions, as others have pointed out, were not met. The property was not successfully annexed into the city of Tucson, and the utilities haven't yet been delivered or contracted, which was another one of the conditions. Yes, the deal gives the buyer the right to terminate, but right now, the county still owns the land. And you as supervisors have the power to say no, that you won't sell the land, you won't sell Tucson's future because of a bad deal signed under secrecy with a mega corporation that wants to take our resources, promising very little economic benefit in order to grow its profits while harming our communities. You've already heard from others about the various uses of Amazon Web Services. That is going to target the very people who are living here, who are also at this time struggling with rising energy costs. So this is a public health and a public safety issue. When a company is coming here to build a giant data center that will use as much power as an entire city of Tucson, how can you ensure that people will not die? I want to read from a local newsroom Arizona Luminaria article this month on air conditioning in Tucson's deadly heat. The article speaks to Elise Otto, a researcher at the University of Arizona who studies heat hazards. She notes that access to air conditioning
Thank
is
you very
heat.
much.
And 97 people in Pima County have died
you,
of
ma'am.
heat related causes.
Our next three speakers in this order are Derek Espadas, Jim Hanley, and Julie Dittmer. Mr. Espadas. Oh, can you hand me the microphone?
My name is Derek Espavas, a local accounting firm owner, community servant, a candidate for Arizona Corporation Commission, and a voting Yaqui member of District 1. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about Project Blue, Beale, Humphreys Peak Properties, and any other operators as proxies for Amazon recognition. We all recognize the desire to bring new business and economic development to Pima County, and we all want our region to thrive. But we cannot let that drive for growth lead us to accept a deal that not only is deeply flawed, but fails our community on every level, legally, economically, and morally. In economic development, we need to be the victors, not the victims. This is not just a matter of business attraction. The negotiation process has left too much on the table, failing to extract the needed safeguards and benefits for the people you swore an oath to serve. These negotiations have entrusted the future of our county to private actors who, by their own track record, have not earned our community's trust. A public record request was submitted to the Arizona Corporation Commission seeking any studies or documented modeling on grid capacity and reliability related to these very projects. The response dated October 3rd stated, no such documentation exists. Multi-million-dollar developments are being considered, developments that will shape our region, yet no one published analysis examines their impact on electric reliability. Before moving forward, the board must insist on independent, rigorous studies of our grid's reliability. And TEP has laid forward plans to socialize the cost of this project, unwilling to operate by free market principles and instead burden the ratepayers with subsidizing corporate development and not chipping away at their $300 million profit per year. The Faustian
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Jim Hanley. Our next three speakers after Mr. Hanley are Mike Littman, Julie Dittmer, and Ray Wirch.
Good morning, Mr. Scott, supervisors. My name is Jim Hanley. I reside at 900 North Ritchie Boulevard in the central Tucson. I am a registered investment advisor. I still keep my license even though I retired a few years ago. I worked at my own firm managing millions of dollars for individuals and small companies here for 18 years. I've held a securities license for 28 years. And so I think that I'm probably a little more informed than the general public on matters of economy. I'm also the founder and executive director of Arizonans for a New Economy, which is a public banking advocate here. And many of you know also that I am the Arizona representative for the National Coalition for a National Infrastructure Bank as well. There are a lot of opportunities for economic development that we can explore, but we are not exploring right now. I have been apprised of Supervisor Allen's studies and also Mr. Cano's studies on this matter, and I don't find any net economic benefit for the city of Tucson or the county with this deal. I am concerned about the water usage, the power usage, and I don't see how we currently have the tax structure to be remunerated for the profits that this data center is going to be generating for who knows who. I don't know if Deal is a publicly traded company.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley. Mr. Littman.
Hello, democratically elected officials. Hello, democracy that elected them.
Mr. Littman, you have to address the board.
Sorry, I just wanted to say hello. Anyway, I am here as a former professor of University of Arizona. I used to teach classics, which meant I taught about the foundation of democracy in Athens. And I wanted to talk about this new thing you are going to be speaking about shortly. And I wanted to remind you about how democracy functions. There are two things that make a democracy, freedom of speech and equality under the law. I think this latest thing by the federal government is telling you to consider doing away with both. So I'm going to request that you, in the strongest possible terms, point out this baloney as what it is. It is rejecting democracy and forgetting the point of universities in the first place, which is to teach critical thinking and to explain to the next generation that we are a functional democracy and how we ought to work as a functional democracy. If you guys don't set a good example, then I think that's dangerous. You have an opportunity to send the strongest possible message. You should tell those federal government people exactly what you think about this offer. And I think you should tell them in such a way that this echoes in the national news cycle. Like, don't just say thumbs down. Use another finger and make it clear to everyone. My name is Mike Lippman. I approve of this message.
Thank you, Mr. Lippman. Ms. Dittmer.
I'm going to sit down as I speak because, like many others, Project Blue gives me a bit of a visceral reaction. My name is Julie Dittmer, and I live in District 1. Over the past 3 months, I've spent hundreds of hours researching Project Blue and the purchase agreement sale itself. And I want to thank Supervisor Allen and Supervisor Kano for their positions in this. I have to ask, how many people on the board or in the Pima County Attorney's Office actually read this contract in full, both before it was signed on behalf of the county and again after Beal Infrastructure, the public face of Project Blue from day one, submitted its letter of intent to move forward on the property? Because here's the issue. Beal has always been the face of this project, yet Beal's name never appears anywhere in the PSA. Humphreys Peak Properties, LLC, is listed as the buyer. Beal is not a party to this agreement. The PSA allows an assignment to an affiliate, but Beal's authority under this contract isn't stated. Meanwhile, in clause 15.10 says no third-party beneficiaries, while clause 15.16, the assignment clause, contradicts that by allowing interest to be transferred. So we have a contract that excludes the very entity leading the project publicly and operationally. I'd like to know whether everyone here has had a chance to review this contract carefully since the letter of intent was submitted, because from what I've seen, it raises serious questions about clarity and enforcement that deserve a second look. Take the dates, for example. Jan Lesher's memos on September 17th and 18th referenced June 17th and June 26th, 2026 as the expiration date. But the PSA clearly states June 16th, 2026. The only related clause I could find, 16.2, about the trap and skeet range, says closure shall occur no later than 10 days prior to closing. Subtracting 10 days from June 16th give June 6th, not June 26th. That might sound small, but it signals interpretive drift from the plain contract language. When you're dealing with land use and compliance, that drift matters. And one more thing, annexation is not a buyer's perk. It's a legal safeguard. It was written into section 9.6.2 of the purchase and sale agreement as a closing condition, meant to protect the city's jurisdiction and ensure lawful
Thank you, Ms.
compliance.
Dittmer.
It's not even in the county's jurisdiction to decide or
Thank
the
you,
buyers
Ms.
to wait.
Dittmer. Ray Wirch.
Good morning. My name is Ray Winch. I'm the Director of Policy for the Tucson Alliance for Housing Justice and also a Commissioner on the City of Tucson Commission for Equitable Housing and Development. But I'm not speaking in any official capacity this morning. My comments today are related to the addendum item number 1, the recognition to HSL Properties. Company currently, as an earlier speaker spoke to, currently under investigation for their participation in price fixing that's been linked to soaring rental prices in Pima County and across the country. Sometimes people talk about rising rental costs as if it's a natural phenomenon, often saying, oh, and then housing prices raised during COVID, as if the virus caused these housing prices increase. Evidence shows this to be false. Prices soared so rapidly because of illegal price fixing of landlords across the country, including HSL properties here in Tucson, enriching themselves at the expense of Arizona renters struggling to keep up with these massive rent increases. To quote the Attorney General, millions of renters, including millions in Arizona's two largest cities, have been harmed by this unlawful conduct. This scheme stifled competitions, creating a de facto rental monopoly, and drove up housing costs for working families. The conspiracy allegedly engaged in by RealPage and HSL Properties has harmed Arizona and directly contributed to Arizona's affordable housing crisis. In the last 2 years, residential rents in Phoenix and Tucson have risen at least 30%, in large part because of this conspiracy. RealPage and HSL must be held accountable for this role in the astronomical rent increases rather than being celebrated by our public officials. Also, please reject Project Blue and any future attempts to sell off our chance for a viable future to the surveillance state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Our next three speakers are Michael Atlas, Ori Green, and Isabel Garcia. Mr. Atlas. There you are. Yeah.
Hi. So, as you can see, there's a lot of people who are maybe not thrilled about this data center project. I have a little bit of a different background on that. I'm currently a professional race car photographer. I'm working actually recently with the city of Tucson on doing initiatives to get more stuff going at racetracks to reduce street racing. But I'm speaking on behalf of myself here. My prior career, I worked for 16 years in tech recruiting, including for Amazon. And I use AI every day in my business. Sorry, folks. Also, I don't think surveillance is going away anytime soon. But from a resource perspective, this proposal stinks. And I sent you all this morning a little research paper I did that I wrote with AI on how to design a data center that uses less water and power, a lot less. There's a lot of stuff in here that's too long to read in 2 minutes, but basically a closed loop water system for the cooling system. There's a technology called hybrid adiabatic cooling, which is much more resource efficient in the desert compared to this HVAC proposal that they got going on. They can also have solar on site. They can have battery storage. They can use Inflation Reduction Act funds to build the storage and the solar. Basically, at a higher capital expenditure at the beginning of the construction of this thing, they could have a lower operating cost due to much lower water and power usage. So the report's in your emails. I encourage you all to read it. I understand why all the public here is saying no on the current proposal, because if you want to use all the water and power of Tucson for one thing, people are going to be kind of pissed, right? Like, these people are not happy about this. But do I think that we should not have AI and not have data centers? No. I mean, I wrote this paper with AI assistance. So it's kind of more just about doing the resource sustainable way, because we are here in the middle of the desert. Water is kind of at a premium. So I encourage you to read the report.
Thank you, Mr. Atlas. Ori Green.
Good morning. My name is Ori Green, District 5 constituent. I don't know if there's anything we can say to convince you that Project Blue should not be allowed here, but we're not going to stop trying because it's going to be devastating for our community. Even if they use air to cool the center, making energy also entails using water, which in the desert we don't have to spare. Data centers also cause air pollution and have decimated communities across the country. And let's not forget that AI, which, it's still here, but data centers also support that, and it's used to murder Palestinians just like it's used by ICE here to terrorize our community members. I know the county has ambitious plans towards reducing our climate footprint and adapting to climate change. Expanding energy use and projects like data centers are not compatible with this. How is the county addressing this? What is happening with the climate action plan? You passed an environmental impact review policy. What's come of it? Your community needs more transparency and updates on this. I hate that I have to keep showing up to plead with you to do something to stop this. I'm a business owner. I don't have time. Many of us are using work time to keep fighting against this. We shouldn't have to, but here we are again. Thank you to Supervisors Allen and Cano for your support. To all of you, please, please stop this land sale. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia.
Good morning, board and everybody here. I'm here as fifth generation Tucsonan with seventh generation grandchildren in this desert. As an employee of Pima County for 22 and a half years. And I'm here to talk really quickly, as we know, on three important issues. The compact, Project Blue, and our lived experience of being kidnapped in this community and what's happening and what's going to happen to us if we don't stop it. This shows you that we need community town halls. I can't say everything I need to say about these issues in less than 2 minutes. That's what we have. We need some town halls because these are historic moments. You need to hear from your constituency. The compact at the U of A is an outrage, a complete outrage that should really outrage all of you. Project Blue. I know that you've signed a contract. I'm not a contract attorney. Don't pretend to be. But, you know, let's face it. We were all bum rushed. We were wrong. They bum rushed the city. They bum rushed this community. And all of a sudden, oh, we've got this great economic plan without people knowing the truth. You need to know the truth. This data center will be for Amazon that runs, as you know, Palantir, that identifies our communities. You see what's going on. Don't think it's not going to happen in Tucson. And these three issues, we're going to continue to come back over and over and over because as other people more famous than I have said, the important person in a democracy is the informed citizen, the informed resident, and we'll be here.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Our final three speakers are Joe Jager, Mike Humphrey, and Asa Ramsey.
Good morning. My name is Joanna Jager, and I live at 8th and Euclid. I work at a building that houses a number of nonprofits, including Arizona Trails and Western Watersheds Project, Wild Earth Guardians. I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone or my employer, but I have had the pleasure of being influenced by those organizations, and I'm sure you all can nod that those are great organizations. I want to give a compliment to all of y'all's listening faces. Really nice stuff. But I wonder, you know, if you're listening, please blink. If I was going to say some stuff, just to say, if you're listening about what everything's being taken from your citizens, and if you give a darn about every drop of water, all the information, all the people getting kidnapped all the time, please blink. And additionally, if you are getting paid meals at Cup Cafe, please blink. If you are looking forward to sending your children away to expensive schools outside of the city, please blink. If you get things that the citizens do not get, please make that apparent to us and change your minds because we're watching. And I really think that you don't care. And I've chosen to live here, by the way. I'm celebrating 3 years. My parents were married and lived here. I was raised outside of the state and chose to live here, and I continue to choose to live here because of the community. So if you're paying attention, if you see the room, please blink. And additionally, if you get something that we don't get, keep blinking. So thank you very much.
Mr. Humphrey.
Good morning, Chairman Scott and members of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. My name is Mike Humphrey. I'm a member of the Board of Health, and I live in District 1, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself. On June 17th, a majority of the Board of Supervisors let the Project Blue genie out of the bottle, despite widespread community opposition. I want to continue to address the public health implications of your decision, namely the relationship of Project Blue on power grid stability, power accessibility, and public health. Power grid stability. The power demands required for the new Project Blue proposal are significantly higher than the original proposal and will exceed current grid capacity. The strain on the power grid increases the risk of summertime power blackouts. Power accessibility. In order to meet the power demands placed on the grid by Project Blue, the utility will be forced to expand its power delivery capacity. Examples across the nation show that these costs are borne by the ratepayers. Unless stopped, residential rates will have increased by 24% from 2023 to 2026. By the way, thank you for resisting the latest price increase by TEP. However, with Project Blue's power demand needs, residents will pay more. Bloomberg estimates the wholesale power costs have increased 267% over the last 5 years in communities with data centers. Is it reasonable to assume that the situation will be the same here? These power costs will be passed down to customers, with approximately 30% of Pima County households already being housed cost-burdened. Further increases can result in evictions and/or loss of electric power access for non-payment for cooling, directly jeopardizing the health of thousands of our most vulnerable citizens. Public health impacts. With the increased power demands placed upon the grid by Project Blue, residents of Pima County become more vulnerable to heat-related morbidity and mortality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Humphrey. Sir Ramsey.
Hi, my name is Asa Ramsey. I'm a member of the No Desert Data Center Coalition. I'm a resident here in Tucson. I want to thank Supervisors Allen and Cano for seeing this and for listening to us. And I want to say to Supervisors Scott, Hines, and Christie, nothing would show greater leadership right now than you guys realizing you made a mistake. Like nothing. We're here participating in this, and we want you to participate with us. I'm going to continue reading from our community member Julie's research, what she didn't get to finish. One more thing, annexation isn't a buyer's perk. It is a legal safeguard. It was written into section 9.6.2 of the purchase and sale agreement as a closing condition, meant to protect the city's jurisdiction and ensure lawful compliance. It's not even within the county's jurisdiction to decide or the buyers to waive. Under this agreement, that authority lies solely with the city of Tucson. This document deserves a second look by someone with real expertise in Arizona contract law and jurisdiction. Normally, the city or county might look to a land use attorney like Carrie Sylvan for that kind of review, but she already represented Project Blue during the city's annexation process, an effort that failed under the weight of NDAs and secrecy. The same playbook is now unfolding here. If the county keeps relying on the same people and the same contract language, it will inherit the same failure. What Beal says doesn't matter. Any attorney will tell you if it isn't in writing, especially in a signed enforceable contract, it didn't happen. And I want to say one more thing. This is not inevitable. We can change this.
Ms. Ramsey being our final speaker, I'm going to close call to the public and ask my colleagues if they would like to request that an item be placed on a future agenda, if they would like to request further information from county administration, or if they'd like to respond to a criticism. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you so much, Chair Scott. In response to comments at today's Call to the Audience, I want to thank the incredible people of Pima County who came forward this morning. Your voices matter, and it pains me to see Project Blue move forward, and I remain steadfast in my opposition. On this issue, I am in the minority, but I want you to know that your advocacy is not in vain. I believe it is important for our community to keep the pressure on and to ask for some accountability. I am asking, after today's meeting, the county administrator to provide the board with an update on all outstanding public and media records requests related to Project Blue. It has been nearly 120 days since that vote, and there are still public records that have not been provided by the county. And I want to give some grace to our county staff, who I know are doing lots of work, Chair Scott. But I believe that sunlight is the best disinfectant. And it's my understanding that Beal is holding on to a lot of these public records requests. And that should not be the case. So I'm asking the administrator to provide the board with an update on all outstanding public records requests related to this project. And I'd like to see a plan for releasing all of these files in partnership with Beal within 45 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. Any other board members? Supervisor Allen.
So I wanted to follow up on one of the speaker's comments about the recognition of HSL. In that I would love to get an update on some of the investigations that the Attorney General of Arizona has submitted on behalf of, has submitted around 6th Avenue Suites Apartments, Spanish Trails, Oasis Apartments, Eucalyptus Apartments, and recently Palo Verde Mobile Home Park. As well as, and those are for inhabitable conditions, broken air conditioners, rodent infestations, and unstable electric that is, people have been struggling to survive in the summer heat. As well as the AG's lawsuit alleging HSL sort of illegally conspiring to fix rents and its impacts on Pima County renters. Our county has, I think there was a study done last year that showed that 42% of people, of residents in Pima County reported spending 50% or more of their income on rent. As we work and invest in and dedicate our resources to providing affordable housing, I think ensuring that people can afford their rent and stay in their homes is the most cost-effective way to prevent homelessness in our community. So I want to make sure that we are holding landlords accountable for their actions.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. Would any of my other colleagues, anything related to call to the public? One thing I would like to say with regard to some of the legal points that were raised is that the sales purchase agreement that was approved by the board on June 17th was negotiated by attorneys from the Pima County Attorney's Office who are very familiar with the areas of law that were referenced today. And the board has received legal counsel from the County Attorney's Office with regard to how that sales purchase agreement was negotiated. All right. Thank you all very much. We have a time certain item at 11 o'clock. But in the meantime, our clerk of Superior Court, Mr. Giacomino, is here for item number 25. So I'm going to ask the board if we can go ahead and consider item number 25. It is Document and Digital Evidence and Retrieval Conversion Fund. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Let's wait until people have a chance to clear the room.
Such a cute baby. I know.
Thank you all very much. Mr. Giacomino, was there anything you wanted to share with the board about this item before we take action on it?
Thank you, Chair Scott, members of the board. I do not. I'm here if you guys have any questions, and so is my executive staff as well. So
Thank you all for being here. Were there any questions for the clerk and his staff from board members? All right. All those in favor of approving item number 25 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Thank you all very much.
thank you all.
Okay. We usually do that at the beginning of the meeting, but I can do that now. Sure, absolutely. We have a time certain item at 11, but Supervisor Allen asked for a point of personal privilege, and I'm going to go ahead and do that now since we didn't talk about it at the beginning of the meeting. Go ahead, Supervisor.
It's just a quick thing. I had mentioned at the last meeting how much I really appreciated the new practice of noticing or noting within the agenda items the headquarters of the companies that we are either awarding contracts to and who we're doing business with. The reason that I'd noted it was because investing more in Arizona and specifically in Pima County small businesses and business in general is a big priority and highly needed these days. And it aligns with the Prosperity Initiative and our Economic Development Department's priority strategic plan. I appreciate that the procurement department continued this practice in some of the agenda items, and I'd just like to ask that be extended and continued through other departments. There was more of it last time, a little less of it this time, but I feel like it's a helpful thing to integrate into our agendas.
Thank you, Supervisor. Appreciate that. All right. I know that our time certain item is set for 11, but I think it's okay if we proceed with it now at 10:54. And that is addendum item number 4. It's under Facilities Management on the addendum. AST Revolution LLC to provide a lease for space at the Abrams Building. Term date 10/14/25 to 7/13/26. Contract amount $724,885.68 in revenue. I'll move the item.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? I know we have representatives from AST Revolution here. If there are any questions from board members? All right. All those in favor of addendum item number 4 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. All right. What we're going to do next is, because we have a significant number of people who are here with regard to item number 66, and we also have a staff presentation on this item. We are going to go ahead and move to item number 66. And I'm just going to let my colleagues know in advance that we're going to do the other hearings as well after 66, because we have some folks either online or present with regard to some of those other hearings. So item number 66 is unfinished business from our September 16th meeting. As the clerk pointed out, when we get to a vote, it requires, as a matter of state law, a 2/3 affirmative vote from the board. This is a hearing on the comprehensive plan amendment. What we're going to do is go to our staff presentation, and then we have a number of citizens who would like to speak during the hearing portion. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott. And as you've noted, what you have before you today is the update on our comprehensive plan. There's been considerable work, I know, in the community and meeting with many partners. So with that, I will turn it over to staff. I believe, is it Mr. Holden who will be leading today's presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, Supervisors, County Administrator Lesher. Good morning. This is case P23 CA00001. This is the Pima County 2025 Comprehensive Plan Update, also known as Pima Prospers. State statute requires Arizona counties to prepare and update comprehensive land use plans every 10 years in the state. Comprehensive plans are required to conserve natural resources, ensure efficient expenditure of funds, and to provide for public health, safety, and general welfare of county's residents. The goal of the 2025 plan update was to consolidate and streamline the plan from the 2015 version, and to also address critical issues that have come up in the last 10 years, which include housing, supply, affordability, and variety, water supply, and economic development. Staff began meeting with the supervisors in January of 2023. We met individually with each supervisor to discuss initiating the update. Following that, we met with many of the county departments who were involved in the 2015 update through the summer of 2023 and into 24 to work on content for the plan. Could I have the next slide, please? In working on some of the critical issues, we also contracted with the Drockman Institute at the University of Arizona to produce background reports on those critical issues, which include housing, water resources, transportation, climate change, and energy. The next slide, please. There was also background information, goals, and policies, content for the plan that was provided from other sources of data in Pima County, which include the Economic Development Strategy from 2023, the Prosperity Initiative, the Integrated Infrastructure Plan, and the housing study that was done by Eco Northwest. Next slide, please. County staff also contacted, held meetings, and requested content with a number of stakeholder groups. This included federal groups, tribal nations, state agencies, the local municipalities, surrounding counties, and utilities. Next slide, please. We also met with a number of, if you could go back one, please. We also, thank you, go back one. Thank you. We also met with a number of stakeholder groups, which included the development community, environmental groups, the business sector, community development, recreational groups, as well as neighborhood associations. We used input from county departments and the stakeholders to create a number of drafts of the plan. In 2025, we created a preliminary draft, which was online between January and March. There was a required 60-day draft, which was online between April and June, and then finally a draft that went to the Planning and Zoning Commission in July of 2025. I'm going to stop the slides there just to get us moving. Staff is recommending approval of the 2025 Pima County Comprehensive Plan Update with updated policy document and elements, the land use designations, rezoning and special area policies, and associated land use maps. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommends approval of Pima Prospers 2025, subject to an additional amendment of a policy to the comprehensive land system for a holistic landscape level target of 70% on-site mitigation under CLS policy 3A1A. Staff is also recommending minor revisions to two special area policies in the plan. One is special area policy S8, Tucson Mountains, which was some revisions were made in cooperation with the Tucson Mountains Association. The second is for special area policy S38, Catalina Foothills Estates, again with minor revisions made with cooperation with Catalina Foothills Association. And then finally, staff is recommending minor revisions to the CLS policy with additional policy to address housing development in Pima County in the policy. And then finally, staff would like to take this opportunity to thank the supervisors, county administration, various county departments, the stakeholder groups, neighborhood associations, and the general public for their support and contribution to the comprehensive plan update. We look forward to implementing the plan over the next 10 years, and I can answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Holden from board members? All right. If not, we are going to go ahead with our testimony from 3 citizens who signed up to speak. They are in this order: Kate Houghton, Brendan Lyons, and Steve Dolan. And each speaker will have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Scott and members of the board. My name is Kate Houghton. I'm the co-executive director of the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. Nice to see you here on what I heard staff call Pima Prospers Day. I'm here in support of the draft update to Pima Prospers in front of you this morning. First, we want to thank county staff, that includes Jenny Neely and Mark Holden, for their work on this update to Pima Prospers over the past several years, and especially in recent months. We worked together, especially on Chapter 3. I want to touch on a specific policy we worked on, which is Policy A5 under Goal 3A1. I won't read the whole thing. It's in the letter we submitted. It's also on page 2 of Chapter 3. This policy helps ensure that when development occurs in areas of high quality habitat, that at least 70% of any open space that may be required is conserved nearby rather than offset in other parts of the county. So this helps us to avoid losing entire areas of high quality habitat to development, and also helps us to balance conservation alongside growth. So importantly, this is a general target and goal. It's not a project by project goal. So it would be a conglomeration across all of the work done on the conservation land system. Also important, the county already does this and to a higher standard of 73%, and we're glad to see the county thinking about this for the next 10 years as well. We've been encouraged to see several public comments also come in support of this policy, and we also support the letter that you will have seen submitted by Southern Arizona Home Builders Association. We hope you will consider and approve that proposed amendment that was submitted by them and that we also worked with them on. So finally, we do support the comments on open space that you will have received from Tucson Mountains Association and the comments that did come in from Dark Sky Southern Arizona chapter, which I know staff worked with them on, and those are 2 members of our coalition as well. So thank you for your time and for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Houghton. And just for the record, the amendments that Mr. Holden proposed included the one that you referenced in your comments. Thank you very much. Mr. Lyons.
Good morning, honorable chair, members of the board. My name is Brendan Lyons. I serve as the government affairs director for the Southern Arizona Home Builders Association. And on behalf of SABA, I want to express our appreciation for the collaborative and transparent process throughout the update of Pima Prospers. County staff went above and beyond to work with SABA, other stakeholders in the broader community. The final plan strikes a thoughtful balance and sets clear goals and to guide growth over the next decade. As outlined in the letter we submitted, the Eco Northwest Housing Needs Assessment highlights the significant housing challenges facing our region and the need for approximately 116,000 additional housing units over the next 20 years. It's critical that policies reflect multiple priorities, protecting our natural resources while advancing much-needed housing. To that end, we've proposed amending the language in Goal 3A1 under Policy A to read, to encourage the preservation of natural open space in those areas subject in the CLS. Added language includes, and balance the need for new housing development. Pima County has a holistic landscape level target that at least 70% of all lands set aside as mitigation across the designations should occur on site. This language was created in collaboration with the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection and reflects a shared commitment to conservation while acknowledging the region's housing needs. We look forward to continuing to work together to ensure Pima Prospers supports a thriving and resilient future for our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. And our final speaker is Steve Dolan.
Hello, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, Board of Supervisors. My name and address are Steve Dolan at 4154 North Tortolita Road. On behalf of the Tucson Mountain Association, or TMA, we support Pima Prospers 2025. It's been a couple years. Tucson Mountains Association was founded in 1934 by homesteading families, and by approving Pima Prospers 2025, TMA can protect Tucson Mountains for a century. Tucson Mountains Association recognizes Supervisors Jennifer Allen and Andres Cano and their Districts 3 and 5 staff and Pima County Development Services in helping TMA create compromise language in S8 Tucson Mountains. S8 is one of 14 special areas in Pima Prospers that recognize unique and physical and geographic locations. The two supervisors were aware of Tucson Mountains' future concerns of compatible and harmonious development in the Tucson Mountains. And I personally thank Montserrat Caballero, District 5 Chief of Staff, for the first compromise language, and Districts 3 Joshua Laughlin, the senior aide, who helped TMA to understand land use in Pima County. Pima Prospers 2025 now contains compromise language in S8 Tucson Mountains that will continue the TMA goals to preserve the low-density residential and open space scenic character in the Tucson Mountains. Thank you, Pima County, for collaborating with Tucson Mountains. Also, for Pima Prospers 2025, TMA worked with Catalina Foothills Association, and we support their revisions in Special Area S38, which is in District 1. Tucson Mountains strongly supports the Coalition for Sonoran Desert for on-site conservation to mitigate localized area impacts to the Sonoran Desert plant and animal habitats or wildlife corridors. Tucson Mountains Association will continue to work with the Board of Supervisors and with Development Services for the success of Pima Prospers 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. All right. If there are no other public speakers, so I'm going to move to close the public hearing and approve the comprehensive plan update as amended by the recommendations made by Mr. Holden.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. Discussion. Supervisor.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I want to thank our incredible Development Services staff for your hard work on this document. It is such an important task to try to get all of these diverse interests into one room and into one plan. And this document does everything that we need it to do as we work as a region to look for how to build more homes, but also grow in a sustainable way. As mentioned in our public hearing, I, of course, also want to thank the Development Services staff for working closely with the District 5 office to ensure that our constituents, my constituents, were heard throughout this process. Compromise is a very difficult thing to do when you've got a lot of competing interests, but I believe that this document represents the incredible body of work and leadership of our Development Services staff. So I just wanted to make sure that I thank our county employees for their diligent work on this, Chair Scott. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. Any other comments from board members? Supervisor Allen.
I too want to echo the thank yous, I don't know what this is, jazz hands perhaps for Development Services and for all the staff of the county who have just dug in, rolled up their sleeves. Obviously this is the first time that our office has gone through a plan update. We loved it. Does it have to be every 10 years? I'm just kidding. And also really wanted to thank all the stakeholders, the coalition, folks from out in Ajo, from Whoopsie, Tucson Mountains Association, from District 3 that were engaged in the process. And thank you for Development Services for being open in your creativity and working with our constituents and finding some good solutions. There's a few things that I just wanted to highlight that we're really excited about, that we are so glad that are in there. The focus on middle housing, additional density, right, to reduce sprawl, transit-oriented development, and careful management of our water supply. very much appreciate the affirmation of the county's commitment to the Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan. In the plan, laying out policies by which we can conserve land across the county that protects plants, animals, and all the people who call it home. Yeah, I've said this before about how the Prosperity Initiative should inform almost everything we do. And so I very much appreciate seeing how many references there are throughout the document for the way that prosperity goals are furthered through Plan Prospers. I think I also very much appreciate that the document prepares us as a county to address the evolving needs of our community, and given the kind of multiple layers of crisis that we've got, from an economic instability to climate crises and the way that that plays out in our desert, housing crises, and that the plan ensures that development mitigates rather than exacerbates some of those challenges and really identifies opportunities for us to build on our strengths. There's a few references in the plan to other plans and other processes that are unfolding. So we're very much interested in and look forward to the Economic Development Strategic Plan and how that will link into Plan Prospers. And then our office has also been really closely following the work of the Joint Code Committee, and we look forward to the energy portion of the building code update later this year and how that will intersect with the plan as well. Then there are a couple of things that I just want to flag that I think we're very interested in understanding the implementation of, and really digging in once this is approved and following through up. So on page 36, there's a statement about, it states that manufactured homes and similar dwelling types permitted in rural zones, and in parentheses, tiny homes, RVs, and fifth wheels, should not be thought of as long-term solutions to affordability. My question is kind of why? And right, because modern manufactured homes are often just as, if not more, efficient than site-built homes. And tiny home complexes are functionally part of the missing middle. So, and those should not be equated with fifth wheels and RVs. And so as we look forward to how we implement some of the goals, I think we're going to be wanting to kind of push and explore how we can think differently about manufactured homes and tiny homes. Page 51, goal 2.E.3, policy C. It's about the urban heat effect mitigation. I just want to make sure, because some of these sort of seem like it's planting more trees, creating more shade. To me, these are low-hanging fruits that we need to do throughout development and throughout throughout a lot of the development as it expands across our community. So I want to ensure how these strategies can be properly implemented in a consistent and rigorous way. Page 54, goal 2.F.3, it's just about the use of reclaimed water. And I look forward to understanding more about how we'll be working with RWRD to advance this goal and some plans for expanding the use of reclaimed water throughout our region. And then just the last piece is that I just look forward to implementation plans and really understanding and seeing how we can dig in consistently and where we're making progress and where there's obstacles and how we respond to those obstacles from now for over the next 10 years. So thank you all for this great plan and excited about it moving forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. Any other questions or comments from board members? Can we go back to the slides that showed the number of stakeholders involved in this process, please? Thank you. And take a look at that list of regional stakeholder groups and neighborhood associations. And I mentioned to Development Services staff yesterday that I believe one of the reasons that board members have not received a lot of concerns from our constituents with regard to this plan is because of the extensive work county staff has done in reaching out to various stakeholder groups who have an interest in comprehensive plan updates, as Supervisor Allen pointed out, are required every 10 years as a matter of state law. And I want to especially commend our representatives from the Southern Arizona Home Builders Association and the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection, who are sitting in the same row. These are groups that in many communities might be in conflict with each other. But in Pima County, and this dates back to the assembling of the Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan and the conservation land system associated with it, you see unique levels of collaboration and cooperation between all segments of our community who have an interest in land use. That doesn't happen by accident. It happens as a function of leadership. And I want to not only thank Ms. Lesher and everybody on our team, but I also want to pay tribute to former County Administrator Chuck Huckleberry, because I think a lot of the processes that you've seen play out during the revisions to this comprehensive plan update were shepherded under his leadership. So it's just another example of how we benefit from the legacy of Mr. Huckleberry. So with all those, and I also wanted to thank, with regard to District 1, the work that staff did with our office and our constituents in the Catalina Foothills Association. Mr. Dolan made reference to that in his comments on behalf of the Tucson Mountains Association, but I know our constituents with the Catalina Foothills Association are grateful for the outreach and collaboration with your office. So thank you all very much. Unless there are any further comments, let's move to a vote. All those in favor of approving the comprehensive plan amendment as amended indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. All right. Thank you all very much. And as I said, we're going to go ahead and do the other hearings because we have folks who are interested in those items. The first one is item number 67. This is a comprehensive plan amendment, and this is in District 3.
I second the item.
Okay. So will you move to close the public hearing?
I will move to close the public hearing and approve the item.
Okay. All right. And I'll second that. And we do have online the Ms. Gookin, but she is available for questions. She asked to speak if there were any neighbors here to speak to the item, but there are not. Any comments or questions from board members? Right. All those in favor of approving the plan amendment indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Let's go then to item number 68. This is another comprehensive plan amendment, Stewart Title and Trust, 1580 West Irvington Road Plan Amendment, and this is also in District 3.
If there's no one here, I would move to, if there's no one here to address the board, I'd move to close the public hearing and approve the item.
And I'll second. Any discussion from board members? All right, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Let's move on to item number 69. This is hearing on a modification, substantial change of rezoning condition, and this item is in District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there's no one here to speak for or against this motion, I'll move to close public hearing and to approve the item.
Now second. Discussion from board members. Did you have something you wanted to say, Ms. Manriquez?
Yeah, Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, it's subject to modified standard and special conditions.
Oh, okay. Would you?
To recommend approval, subject to modified standard and special conditions.
Thank you.
And that's fine with me as the second as well. Any other discussion from board members? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, item passes 5-0. Item number 70 is in District 1. It's a rezoning ordinance. If there's nobody here to speak to this item, I will move to close the public hearing and approve ordinance number 2025-22. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item number 71 is also a rezoning ordinance. There being nobody here to speak to the item, I will move to close the public hearing and approve ordinance number 2025-23. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item also passes 5-0. Item number 72 is a rezoning resolution, and this is in District 3.
I'll move to close the hearing and approve the item.
Can you say the resolution number, please, Supervisor?
Resolution number 2025-43.
Thank you. I'll second. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes 5-0. We are now on item number 73. This is a comprehensive plan amendment and rezoning resolution and ordinance. There being nobody here to speak to this item, I'll move to close the public hearing and pass and adopt resolution number 2025-44 and ordinance number 2025-44.
Second.
Pardon me?
Chair Scott, it's ordinance 2025-20.
I thought I said that. Oh, my apologies. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. All those in, any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes 5-0. We're now on item number 74. This is a hearing on a comprehensive plan amendment and specific plan resolution and ordinance. This is in District 4.
Mr. Chair, move to close public hearing and to approve resolution number 2025-45 and ordinance number 2025-25.
I will second that. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Item number 75 is a hearing dealing with fee schedules within the Elections Department. There being nobody here to speak to this item, I'll move to close the public hearing and approve ordinance number 2025-26.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion? All those in favor of the item indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that item passes 5-0. So let's go now back to the regular agenda. And as Supervisor Christie and I were talking at the beginning of the meeting, and as my colleagues may have noticed, you'll note that item number 12 also needs to be approved. It needs to be approved with the board sitting as the Flood Control District Board, the Stadium District Board, and sitting as the Board of Supervisors. With that in mind, sitting as all three of those boards, I will move to approve items number 12, 17, and 42.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor of approving those items which are connected indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Item passes 5-0. All right. What I'm going to do is try and get through some of the items that I think we might be able to bundle before we get to some of the items that are going to require more discussion. So sitting as the Flood Control District Board, I would move that we approve items number 13, 14, and 15. And then sitting as the Library District Board, I would move that we approve item 16.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Discussion. All those in favor of approving those 4 items indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Items pass 4-0 because Supervisor Hines had to leave the dais. We're now going to take up, in the order in which they need to be taken up, items number 31 and 18. These have to do with the formation of the Verano Community Facilities District. We need to approve item number 31 first. Let's go to item number 31. I will move approval of resolution number 2025-40.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Discussion. I know we had a memo from the county administrator on that. Anything to add to that memo, Ms. Lesher? Or?
No, Chair Scott, both staff and representatives of the Facilities District are here and available for questions, to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay. Any questions from board members for Representative Supervisor Cano?
Thank you, Chair Scott. I just wanted to thank members of the Facilities District, the applicant, for being here today. This is going to be a huge investment in Southern Arizona. We need to keep people housed. We need to create affordable homes. And this is certainly one part of the equation to boosting housing supply in our region. So I just want to say thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Supervisor. All those in favor of approving item number 31 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. We'll now go to the associated item, which is item number 18. And I will move to approve resolution number. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's a new district. I wasn't used to that. Thank you. We're sitting as the Verano Community Facilities District when we do this, and I'll move to approve resolution number 2025-BCFD1.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. I met with the development team and just recently with my staff, and I appreciate that, the time there and the effort. And one of the things we discussed, kind of consistent with our need for additional housing and density, was beyond the first phase, which has already been platted, that they are willing to look at future phases that increase density, potentially incorporating duplexes, triplexes, and other kinds of housing. That we obviously just did a very comprehensive county-wide study that demonstrated we do need some additional types of housing, and I appreciate their willingness to look at that going forward.
Thank you, Supervisor. Appreciate your comments. Any other comments or questions from board members? All those in favor of approving item number 18 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. And thank you all for being here. You're more than welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. No one ever takes us up on that. All right, I'm going to move to number 19, which is approval of the, and I also want to thank Mr. Quaron, who was here in case we had questions about 31 or 18. Thank you, Mr. Quaron. All right. Going to move to item number 19, which is approval of the consent calendar. I'll move to approve the consent calendar as submitted.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that item passes 5-0. We're going to come back to items 20 through 24 because, as I said, I think there are some other agenda items that we can hopefully dispense with pretty quickly. I wanted to ask, with regard to item number 26, which is revisions to Board of Supervisors policy, and it's being proposed revisions to Board of Supervisors policy number E.36.1. Ms. Lesher, is there a presentation on this item? I didn't think there was.
There's not, Chair Scott, but staff is here to answer any questions.
Okay. Well, I will move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any questions or comments from board members?
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
basically, looking over this item, can we get just a definitive, very cursory explanation of what's the actual goal of this revision? And what is the difference of what we have now in place versus what this revision is offering?
Thank you, Supervisor. Administrator Lesher.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, and I'll ask Mr. Sullivan to dig a little deeper, but primarily these amendments are to line up our outside agency program to reflect and understand the and support issues within the Prosperity Initiative. It's to mandate a community needs assessment that would occur every 5 years and provide for an annual report moving forward for some, I think, additional transparency. Mr. Sullivan, if there's other items you'd like to highlight, thank you.
Mr. Sullivan.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, Administrator Lesher. Thank you very much. The administrator hit most of the high points. It's alignment with the Prosperity Initiative, but also ensuring that we have youth and family services, basic needs, health and wellness, education and workforce, and also a category for I'm forgetting right now, general services that are generally pulled out of the competitive process.
Mr. Chair, just to reestablish this, what's the difference between what we have now? Specific differences between what we have now and what is being proposed here with the revisions?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, the basic change is that it aligns more closely with the Prosperity Initiative and its goals.
You're saying is that none of that alignment that you're proposing is existing today?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, there was some alignment. Now there is better alignment.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, the item speaks to metrics and reporting. After it's adopted, there'll be some metrics given as to its success or failure and some reporting as such. My question is, when will this board see it? And when will it be presented to us? Sure.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, we expect to have an RFP out to the community in late November, early December. Those awards will probably be finalized the months after that. And we do quarterly reports that we can share with the board, and also on an annual basis if agencies are not spending or performing. The outside agency committee meets and reallocates their funds to agencies that may need those funds. So we can report to the board as we do to the outside agency committee as well.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Sullivan, and so prior to this revision, there was no such reporting, or?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, there was the same amount of reporting.
Is it going to differ from what we have already versus what is being proposed?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, no, just to ensure that a new framework that we're proposing.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Sullivan, you talked about an RFP. That indicates there's some kind of a cost involved. What is the RFP for?
Sure. Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, so the outside agency fund is about $3 million. It's allocated every 3 years. Each board member has a representative, so it's that RFP for the $3 million. And that RFP and those who are selected by the outside agency committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Allen.
I just wanted to acknowledge one of the changes that you haven't mentioned, which is about awarding additional points for rural-based organizations. This is something that we hear about from District 3 organizations frequently, in that they have felt like they don't get kind of a fair shake in the review process because of the fact that their communities are small. They will not sort of stand out as though that their programs are as significant in the numbers of people that they serve. Whereas, the community senior meal program in Ajo that serves 25 seniors is actually statistically significant given the size of the overall population. Similar dynamics in Arivaca and 3 Points and other facets of District 3. So very glad to see that. Thank you from our office, but also from rural organizations that are serving their communities well.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. We're looking forward to 2027 planning, it would be great if somehow we could perhaps find a way to increase in some regard what we're able to provide, just because of the need that is increasing in so many aspects. With the federal government and the actions it's taking, I think that all of our local jurisdictions have to really step up. So I know money's tight, but I think that if that could be in the back of the minds of our staff while we're looking forward to 2027, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Cano? No, I'm sorry. I thought you were seeking recognition. My apologies. Mr. Sullivan, just to follow up on the line of questioning from Supervisor Christie, let me offer a hypothetical. After the RFP comes out, and you're an organization that responds to it, you touch on some of the, at least one of the previous priority areas, but then you also touch on the new priority area, which is alignment with the Prosperity Initiative. That would hypothetically make you more competitive when the Citizens Committee reviews the different proposals.
Chair Scott, members of the board, yes. And to prepare the nonprofit community, Helen Schaefer, our Prosperity Initiative manager, has gone out to speak with everybody. We had a technical assistance session at the Rio Nuevo Center that was full. We're going to continue to do the same thing. So we want to make sure that the nonprofit community that has been used to the way things have been done and this new switch are well prepared for the change.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, and your comments prompt another question for me. Given that the addition of this new priority area might induce interest from other members of the nonprofit community who perhaps had not responded to previous RFPs, how are we reaching out to the community writ large?
Chair Scott, members of the board, that's a great question. Through the needs assessment, we had more than 2,500 respondents. We've spoken to pretty much every nonprofit agency that we can think of. If there isn't one who we haven't talked to, we will talk to them. As an organization, Community Workforce Development has contracts with most, if not all, agencies in the community doing this line of work. And if we don't, we want to figure out how we can be better partners. Our goal is we want to collaborate, not duplicate, and to add value. So that is our way forward.
And the staff that you have assigned to support the Citizens Review Committee is outstanding in terms of responding to inquiries from the citizens. And I also want to thank you as the District 1 supervisor, because as you know, there was a long-standing member representing District 1, Ms. Davis. She had been appointed by Supervisor Miller. I kept her in place because she was so committed to the work of the committee. She resigned recently, and the person that we appointed to replace her has been very complimentary of the work that your staff has made to help bring him up to speed.
Chair Scott, members of the board, thank you so much for that comment. And I can't agree. I couldn't agree more that Manita Cervantes and Melanie are just fantastic, overseen by Andy, and they do a great job managing complex contracts, a lot of money with limited resources. So, and you'll be seeing future recognition of some of those folks in the future.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. All right. Any other questions? Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I want to thank our county administrator and Director Sullivan for bringing this policy our way. And I echo the comments from my colleague from District 2 about us really needing to have a strong pulse of our community and the unmet needs that our community will be faced with in the coming years. We've got 3 more years of this federal administration hampering at our ability to support critical services and programs that the outside agency program does support. And so I just, as a temperature check, also want to indicate District 5 support of looking at innovative ways to continue meeting the needs of our community. I also wanted to flag, Chair Scott, that I'm hoping to get a response from the county administrator on an email that I sent a few weeks ago related to the Pima Association of Governments, which is a line item that I believe exists in the community and workforce development space. To me, it seems more like a membership dues that's thrown into the CWD world, and I'm kind of curious how that started, if we're going to continue doing that in years past or in years that are coming. So just either some additional background on how we can ensure that what should be a fund supporting nonprofits and a credible unmet need not be hampered by a membership payment of nearly $300,000 to the Pima Association of Governments. So just some more clarity on that. But outside of those inquiries, I, of course, just am extremely grateful. This alignment is needed, Director Sullivan, and clearly the work of the outside agency committee is reflected in the proposal before the board today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kano. Any other questions or comments from board members? All those in favor of approving item number 26 indicate by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Item passes 5-0.
Chair Scott?
Yes, Mr.
I'll be
Brown.
swapping out with Chief Assistant Deputy Dan Jerkowitz.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for letting us know that. And that was noted, I believe, in the notes that I got from the clerk. Mr. Brown has a commitment. He's leaving the dais, and Mr. Jerkowitz from the county attorney's office will be joining us.
We should be able to do that too.
Sorry. I don't think we get to do that.
We missed the entrance music for Dan.
Mr. Jerkowitz, Supervisor Kano asks, and I'm curious as well, do you have walk-up music? All right. He will get that to us. All right, colleagues, looking at this page and also three of the items on the next page, I was going to move items number 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 33, and 34.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I'm looking at items number 32 and 33. There's a kind of a stark contrast that I'd like to point out. On number 32, with the Tohono O'odham Nation and their shared revenue program, there's no background of the recipients of their funds, only the applicants. And $1.1 million is going to awardees, and I think it would be important if we know who they were. For instance, if you look at number 33, the Gila River Indian Community, they provide not only the applicants, but the recipients. In number 32, we get a list of applicants, but no recipients. And I think when we're talking about these kinds of grants and this kind of money, it would be helpful if we knew who was getting the money.
Supervisor Christie, thank you very much. I know I received an email as the chair of the board with regard to that item and who was approved by the Tohono O'odham Nation. I don't remember exactly who it was. I think there were organizations in both District 3 and District 5. Perhaps either Supervisor Allen or Supervisor Kano or the clerk could assist with that.
Well, perhaps if I could just get a copy.
Please. Sure. Can we get a copy of that to the board in terms of the recipients for the funds, the pass-through funds noted in item number 32?
And there are a substantial amount of applicants, so it would
Okay.
be.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Why don't we redirect the conversation? I want to thank the Tohono O'odham Nation and the Gila River Indian community for working with Pima County and our regional nonprofits to provide a critical lifeline of funding for our region's nonprofits. Items 32 and 33 reflect that commitment that voters asked for and that Arizonans have critically depended on for many years. And I believe that the proposals in front of us provide the full picture. I think related to item number 32, I'm sure the county administrator will send some additional information to ensure that District 4 has an informed decision-making process to support this. We are in the middle of their grants process. And so what is now happening as those applications are being vetted because of the county having a unique role as a fiscal agent essentially in this, those items will continue to come before the board and more information will be provided. And I strongly believe that this kind of partnership with our tribal nations is a critical need, and I fully support the project.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Allen.
I too would like to thank the Thanatom Nation for the significant portion of their gaming revenues that benefit nonprofits that impact thousands of people and families across the county. So my thanks and appreciation are there for this generosity given every year. And particularly, I was glad to see that rural communities and organizations are receiving funding, including the Ajo Ambulance, Ajo Volunteer Fire Department, the Sahuarita Food Bank and Resource Center, and the Arizona Sonora Desert Museum. And then also wanted to thank the Gila River Indian community for their contribution to TUSD's Pistor Middle School for their funding their mariachi program. All of this is incredibly helpful and much needed right now in our community. I also had a comment around 27 through 30
Go ahead,
that I wanted to share. And it's looking at those items and then a few other items. In this agenda, we are approving about 3,000 homes, right, between the creation of the infrastructure facilities district, these items and others. And what it made me wonder and want to know more about is how the housing that we are approving, how it correlates with the housing study and particularly the sort of the buckets that have been identified for the types of housing that is needed in the county. And I would like to see sort of what it is that we are approving, how it relates to the housing that the study and our commission have said that we need, right? Which is both around, affordability and market rates, but then also the types of housing. So it's sort of at two levels, just so that we are, knowing what it is that we say yes to and how it's helping fulfill some of our goals. And so I would like to see that as a recurring report, perhaps on a quarterly basis or what might make sense for the staff.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hines.
Yeah, just quickly, sorry, to echo actually my colleagues from District 5 and from 3, my understanding is that the RFP process is ongoing for the nation and the awardees are at the discretion of the nation. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Any other comments on any of those items? All in favor of approving those items indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Items pass 5-0. Would now like to ask my colleagues if they would consider approving items 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40.
Mr. Chair, are we not going to go back to 27 through 30?
Those got approved, Supervisor.
Oh, did they?
Yes, sir.
So now we're on.
So now what I'm moving is that we approve items 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. Discussion, Supervisor Christie.
I do have a number 35, the ability to vote no. I think we need to take these individually.
That's fine, Supervisor. I'll move item number 35.
Second.
And I'll withdraw my original motion. Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. I'll move item number 35.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item 35 passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. I'll move item number 36.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Because they are of the same nature, Supervisor Christie, I was going to move items 37, 38, and 39.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion?
Chair Scott?
Yes, Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. This is items 37, 38, and 39 are the direct result of this board strengthening and sustaining the PEEPS program. I want to thank you for your support earlier this summer, and of course want to thank our incredible PEEPS staff and our county administration that just released an incredible report about the impact of this program. Without the board's support, cuts were looming, and that is not happening, and that is reflected in 37, 38, and 39. So I want to thank the board.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other discussion on items 37, 38, and 39? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Items pass 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Let's move to item number 40. I will move to approve that item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes 5-0. Let's move now to item number 41. And I'll move the item. Second. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. I could not be more grateful to the Friends of the Pima Animal Care Center for this funding that they're providing. I remember when I was a candidate for the board in 2020, an East Side adoption satellite being discussed at this dais, and now it is finally moving forward. Wondered if we had any comments from Ms. Lesher or anybody on her team with regard to how this came about.
Thank you, Chair Scott. And I think for many who have been looking to find a facility that is either more centrally or more east side located, this is a critical first step that is really only made possible because of the work of Friends of PAC and working with our great team out at PAC. Communication already started with our colleagues at the City of Tucson, since this will be in those east side wards, and I think we're going to see some great reception to the expansion of this facility. I think, as we've said in the memo, my hope is that this is that first step, that we will eventually be able to move into a operational mode where we're providing all of the range of services at the east side.
Wonderful.
Important first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Yes, we had a very comprehensive discussion with Director Kozacek on this issue. It's gratifying to know that this is actually a donated bit of support, like $1 million worth, which is substantial. The only thing that I would want to reiterate with the board and administration is what I discussed with with Director Kozacek, and that is that we continue, or PAC continues to make community outreach to the neighborhood to make sure that everybody is aware there will be dog kennels and there will be dogs, and that the way that the system is working, according to the director, will not create any kind of issues with them. But it's important that the community remain engaged and that outreach be given.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions or comments from board members? All in favor of the item indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. We've already approved item number 42 under procurement. And I was wondering if my colleagues would be amenable to approving the remaining items under procurement, which are items 43 through 53.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
One sort of a couple of questions actually on number 48, Workday. If you look at the background and the history of the Workday program, the county spent roughly $45 million on Workday allegedly and in order to save money. And 10 months into this new program, we are still paying for former vendors. How much longer until Workday is fully functional? And I'm wondering, who is responsible for implementing Workday and then still not having to be exercised with the vendors that we're still paying money to be vendors? And this was really supposed to be a implementation of an upgraded system, but yet we're still paying former vendors and a new program to the tune of $45 million.
Administrator Lesher, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Supervisor Christie, our IT director is with us today, and I think I'd like to ask him to explain a little bit what's going on with the ERP system and Workday.
Mr. Baca.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, Administrator Lesher. So as you correctly pointed out, Supervisor Christie, there are multiple vendors that comprise the entirety of the Workday Enterprise Resource Planning System. And those contracts are multi-year contracts for many of those vendors. Some of those are former vendors such as ADP, but there was a subset of services that ADP was necessary to retain for ongoing wage management and other W-2 access for former employees, for example. That's one example. So the implementation is complete, and the vendors that are included in the Enterprise Resource Planning entirety system do represent those long-term contracts that we have obligations to continue to support the entirety of the program. So Workday is one part of it. It's the most critical foundational part of it, but interconnected to Workday are systems like Maximo or Amplifund, the things that allow the various components of the system to work together. And that's why you see multiple contracts listed on there, and those contracts are for multi-years. It's not the implementation.
Mr. Chair, so Mr. Baca, it was anticipated all along when we implemented and purchased or acquired the Workday program that along with it would be all these subsets of vendors to support Workday?
Yes, sir. That's correct, sir. To integrate with Workday.
Because Workday couldn't stand on its own, or?
There are parts of Workday that do. Workday is an enterprise resource planning system, but there are some certain sections of Workday that don't satisfy the needs of the county. And so we had to acquire other products to supplement those deficiencies, or deficiency is too strong of a word. I don't really mean it. They just didn't meet the needs of the county. So we had to contract with Amplifund to manage our grants. We had to contract with BidNet or Bonfire to manage our procurement module.
And this was known at the beginning of the acquisition of Workday that they would have to be included?
Yes, sir.
Are they going to be giving that kind of support and that kind of expense forever? Or is there some time when they're going to be done with the support and Workday's going to stand on its own 2 feet?
Let me call on Administrator Lesher. She wanted to jump in.
I was just indicating, I think many of us work with Workday simply as the HR, the personnel function, but I think understanding that it is the enterprise system, it's the backbone of all that we do, and that there's a variety of other programs unique to, as we're hearing, procurement, et cetera, that integrate into that. I think what might be helpful is if we provide the board with sort of a chart and a diagram about what's the ERP system, what are all the various components or software elements that we use for other products, and delineate how, not only what service each of those are providing to what segment of the county, what the time frame is for the end of service for any of them, if appropriate, excuse me, and the dollars that have been allocated to each of those.
Wonderful. That would be satisfactory.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Supervisor Cano. I'm sorry, I thought you were asking to be called on, right?
Yes, Chair Scott.
Thank you.
With your motion, it's able to be for any of the items, right? Not just specific?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes, sir.
I just, in this meeting agenda today, October 14th, there are pockets of state funding that are coming our way, and I really want, one other item was the library getting support through legislative funding of our library districts. With item number 50, the Regional Wastewater Reclamation Department is now going to have emergency backup power capability. And so I just want to thank, of course, this governor and all of the department leadership at the state level that has done their best to be able to create, to ensure that critical services like emergency power, Chair Scott, are allowed in Pima County with state support. So I appreciate that and just wanted to mention it.
Thank you for offering that insight, Supervisor. I appreciate it. Any other comments or questions from board members on those items?
So, Mr. Chair, once again, we are acting and voting upon 43 through 53.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, that's correct. Any other discussion? All those in favor of approving those items indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, all those items are approved 5-0. Let's now go to item number 54, and we're going to take it by itself because I just had a question. Well, first of all, I'll move the item.
Second.
And any discussion? Any other questions or comments before I ask mine? I just wanted to ask Administrator Lesher or whoever you might designate. This is to provide for artist services for Valencia Road. My understanding is that there are always some funds allocated towards public art projects with regard to road construction projects, but I just wondered for both the board and the public if we could comment on not just this item, but public art in general with regard to road projects.
Thank you, Chair Scott, and I'll turn it over to Deputy County Administrator DeBonis. But yes, in accordance with board policy, a specific amount from each project is designated for public art. But Mr. DeBonis?
Hi, Chair Scott and members of the board. As County Administrator indicated, it's 1% of the construction cost of the project that gets devoted to public art. And so there is a Board of Supervisors policy on that. There's an administrative procedure. We work with SACA, is our partner contracted agency to run the artist selection process and the creation of a piece of art to meet that 1% requirement set by policy.
And Mr. DeBonis, there's a committee that the board appoints and I can't remember the name of it. I think it's the Public Art Review Committee or something like that. I know I have an appointee to it. Are they part of that process, or is that separate from their duties?
So, Chair Scott, that currently is separate from their duties as they exist, and we are working to bring forward to the board a recommendation relative to that committee with the Arts Foundation of Tucson and Southern Arizona.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, just as a note that I recall on my RTA days, there is a requirement, as you know, being the representative of artwork, of being a certain percentage of the entire project. I think it's like 1% or something like that. So but this is a county one. Does a county have a similar mandate?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, under board policy, yes.
All right. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I want to congratulate the selection panel for their due diligence. It might not be the same group, Chair Scott, but there was a citizen review process in this that chose Daniel Horng as the contractor for creating this public art, and really excited about some of the work that he's done throughout our entire region, and excited, of course, for some of his art to come to District 5.
I appreciate that additional information. Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments or questions on item 54? All those in favor of the item indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. We have one item under regional wastewater reclamation and then several items under grant application and acceptance. Would like to move items 56 through 64.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Questions or comments on any of those items?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor.
Under 58, acceptance county attorney, a certain grant is going to be, if the background tells me correctly, almost evenly split between the city and the Pima County Attorney's Office. In the background, it says that the Pima County Attorney's Office will use its half of this grant to pay for one FTE prosecutor. I'm wondering, is that position been filled?
Mr. Jerkowitz, I'm not sure if you'd be able to answer that right away, but if the board could get additional information from your office.
Sure, we can provide.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on any of those items 56 through 64? All right, all those in favor of approving those items indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those items pass 5-0. We had one hearing that I didn't do when we did the other ones, and that's for a liquor license. It's item number 65. There's nobody here to address this item, so I'll move to close the public hearing and approve that license.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
An item passes unanimously. We have covered everything on the regular agenda except for items 20 through 24, which we will be coming back to. And we'll also be coming back to items 2 and 3 on the addendum. But for now, I'd like to move items 5 and 6 on the addendum.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. Supervisor Christie.
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of items 5 and 6 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those items are approved unanimously. The clerk has let me know that lunch is ready and available for the board. That also means that our friends in the back get to eat as well before we resume the rest of our meeting. I'll move that we recess until the sound of the gavel.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right. We are temporarily recessed. All right, thank you all very much. We are reconvening this meeting of the Pima County Board of Supervisors, and we are going to go back to the regular agenda, and we have two staff members who have presentations for the board. Let's go first to item number 23, update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. Administrator Lesher.
As always, with you today is Jen Darlin, our Director the Office of Housing Opportunities and
priority to develop county and public facing communications. The fourth, to develop a strategic and continuous improvement plan with the goal of ensuring that county programming is responsive, sustainable, and equitably distributed. Finally, the fifth, on developing a means of tracking the efficacy of county assistance programs and work with departments and partner agencies and governments to develop attainable measure of success. Today's update is going to be focused on priority number 2, specifically how service strategies are partnering with law enforcement efforts to address community safety. Next slide, please. So just real briefly and broadly, in October of 2024, I was able to present to the board on just essentially what is a representation of both a status and a behavioral response model. These are not necessarily wedded in stone, but these are at least illustrative of the two different approaches to addressing both status, meaning people who are experiencing homelessness, and the various types of actions and associated service providers that would be utilized in responding to individuals in unsheltered and sheltered situations. And then the separate on the right-hand side would be that most associated with a law enforcement engagement for criminal behaviors in public spaces, and how that would be facilitated with those partners being locally a law enforcement entity, also with our crisis response center, and other sort of systems aligned programs and services. The model, as you can imagine, is also somewhat illustrative of what can be a disconnected strategy, meaning that you have two independent approaches to addressing situations, and they're often utilized in a disconnected manner. Tucson Police Chief Chad Kazmar is known for saying things such as the right work in the right hands, and this model would represent two hands that are absolutely disembodied from a shared body of a strategic approach to working together and in partnership. When you have siloed approaches, you create, again, silos that reinforces the inability to even operate with situational awareness. It creates data blindness, meaning we don't know what sort of programs and resources are available for individuals in unsheltered settings. So we run the risk of delaying their access to timely care, and or we run the risk of delaying access to housing because we haven't properly put them in connection with the very programs that will help to, like, quash a warrant, for example. People with active warrants are often denied access to housing. It stands as a barrier to also employment. So when these services can, or when these responses can work together, that creates an opportunity to collaborate for effective coordination of and responses. Next slide, please. So again, briefly, when these two programs can work together, and many times we are finding in the situations today here locally, we find that there are overlapping areas of effort between our outreach programs as well as our law enforcement efforts as well. And so when we can work in partnership with one another, we create that opportunity. You know, when you have the ability to work in close proximity with a service provider, with a law enforcement agent, you have the opportunity to, navigate an individual to resources such as shelter, treatment, access to a behavioral health provider. It works much more timely to connect people to resources and care. And again, one thing I would also point out, in August of this year, I presented to the board on strategies aligned with increasing shelter utilization. And part of that presentation also included a high-level overview of a review and evaluation of other communities across the country and emerging trends around how communities are responding to the local challenges associated with chronic homelessness. Again, knowing that chronic homelessness isn't necessarily caused by, things like substance use or mental health challenges alone, but certainly homelessness can exacerbate those challenges as well. And so it's really becoming more of a trend for local communities to really lean into a multi-jurisdictional and a multidisciplinary approach that builds a relationship with the individuals and again ensures a more thoughtful and connection to care. Again, leveraging partnerships with first responders means that we can also lead to a more immediate resolution to the crisis that might be contributing to homelessness, and also de-escalate any of the behaviors that are causing or exacerbating any challenges associated with public safety. Next slide, please. So this slide really represents what is becoming an evolving strategy at work here locally. This is a multi-jurisdictional strategy between law enforcement, local courts, city and county resources, as well as multiple networks of care, including local shelter providers, treatment providers, and shelter and housing providers as well. Again, it's operated with a priority around community safety through the facilitation of engagement and enforcement in areas where data would suggest criminal behaviors are interrupting the ability for individuals to be connected with resources. The engagement strategy here is just, again, it's a visual to show how things can be connected to one another. So when law enforcement is taking the lead, if they encounter someone and it's a felony issue, it's a transport straight to jail. However, when law enforcement encounters an individual for whom a misdemeanor is more appropriate, it's an expedited facilitation of an adjudicated process with local community courts to ensure that the individual is properly processed and also connected to other available resources, including shelter or any other services that might be part of a condition of release at the time of their hearing being adjudicated. When it is not a misdemeanor nor a felony, but just someone who happens to be in the area and encountered through this effort, they are navigated over to outreach services and provided the opportunity to connect with treatment, medical care, shelter providers, all voluntary, but it is still equally made available to those individuals as well. Next slide, please. So key within the strategy is sometimes it will lead with a law enforcement effort when we know that there are areas where there are certain data that suggests that it's a high level of criminal activities or criminal behaviors. In other instances, it may be led with outreach engagement in advance to ensure that we're making connections to resources and care. Again, it's very important to make sure that in these spaces where the dynamics can change and evolve, that our strategy be as nimble and have as much dexterity to provide our ability to provide prompt and resources and support and for folks in these settings, and also just, again, to restore community safety. Always want to encourage these processes that we're providing actual warm handoffs between care. So when an individual is encountered by law enforcement, they receive a citation that is a misdemeanor, they are navigated by justice navigators over to the court proceeding. The justice navigator explains to them the process is about to take place, explains what is zone restriction if that happens to be the order from the judge, also explains any of the other conditions of release, including making sure that they understand when their future court date may be, and then provides a handoff to those other programs in the same strategy that will, again, ensure that they're being connected to care and resources and reduce the risk that they're going to recidivate back into a justice-involved sort of stream. And again, this is partnered with both county and city courts and county and city programs, as well as outreach staff and land managing departments for both the county and the city. So that means for the Pima County, that's working with our Parks and Rec department, that's working with our regional flood control district, and as well as working with the city of Tucson's, I believe it's the Department of Transportation and Mobility and their Parks and Environmental Services teams as well. It's a multi-jurisdictional, multi-resource effort and strategy. Next slide, please. So in specifics, the last 3 engagements that utilize this sort of strategic approach, one occurred May 22nd of this year along the Santa Cruz. The second was August 12th along the Pantano on the east side of town. And the September 4th deployment was again going back to the Grant and I-10 location to again encourage, connections with resources. The lead in these strategies or in these deployments has been the Tucson Police Department because most of these assets have been, if not all of these assets, have been in the city of Tucson's jurisdictional boundary. Again, the partner agencies have been the city of Tucson through their city courts, through their outreach agencies, their housing and community development teams, as well as their park and environmental services. On the Pima County side, it's been our justice programs as well. The Transition Center has been a huge participant in this, in both the development of the strategy and then the operational exercise in the field. Pima County Health Department has also participated to provide some medical on-site wound care and any other sort of assessment, testing, et cetera, the things that they are already statutorily empowered to do. And then finally, with our land managing and outreach staff as well. Community service providers look like your Primavera. We've had Gospel Rescue Mission involved in this strategy as well. Really beginning to see an emerging new trend in that partnership and a leaning into connecting individuals with the programming that they offer at the Center of Hope. And again, the county programs are listed right there below that I articulated already. Next slide, please. So in the evolution of all things, there are opportunities abound with respect to strengthening certain approaches to make this a more strategic and more impactful operation. Part of that is about strategic placement with the justice navigators and coordination with the courts, not just the city courts, but including the coordination with the county courts to ensure that when it is appropriate to be adjudicated through a county lens, then we have the resources there to also facilitate that proceeding as well. Also, just what you would imagine, we're out in encampment settings, places not meant for human habitation, so it's not as though transportation is easily going to be accessible for individuals or their possessions or their pets. So working out some of the kinks with respect to transportation and the logistics of arranging providers to be able to take folks to where it is that the individuals elect to go when it is not a straight arrest and transport to jail. And again, with the peer and outreach before and after efforts, this is really about after there is a deployment, what can we do after the event to ensure that we can start to measure the overall impact. And as previously stated, when it's not important for it to be a criminal or when it's not the criminal behavior that's driving the activity, it's important that we lead with outreach. Again, humanitarian services are always going to be leading the charge when again, it's not a law enforcement related matter. But when it is law enforcement, it's absolutely appropriate for law enforcement to be taking that lead. And once a scene is secure, then we can have our outreach service providers and our community partners as well come in to address some of the non-felony related matters. And again, it's also identifying some shared metrics and approaches to case management, meaning that when we have individuals who voluntarily accept services, how do we come back to the table after the event and determine whether or not if they accepted a transport to treatment, did they indeed stay for treatment? How long did they stay for treatment? When they left, where did they go? Where are they now? So that we can ensure that they're staying on that path, or where are we encountering them in other places? Again, that may be in violation of a zone restriction, but again, these strategies have to be informed and be measurable to know whether or not we're succeeding in our approach. Next slide, please. This is a little bit of a pivot. I just wanted to make sure to go back to, and I apologize for not having a pivot slide here, but just wanted to bring to the board's attention as I close my presentation and open it up for questions from the board members. Just a reminder that we have, again, an upstream strategy on ways to really interrupt homelessness and address our affordable housing needs. Eco Northwest and Pima County staff will be holding a roadshow beginning this Friday at community events across the county with the objective of sharing the findings from the housing study and gathering inputs from your constituents on housing goals and the priorities that will inform the regional housing strategy and 10-year funding plan. These are really incredible events that our Eco Northwest and their team have put together. It's going to be a hands-on interactive opportunity to hear back from community stakeholder or community members about the types of strategies that mean the most to them, to their neighbors, and the opportunity for them to also tell us and share with us what additional approaches they would also like to be considered before the finalization of that strategy and funding plan that will be forthcoming to the board before the end of the calendar year. Again, apologies for the abrupt pivot, but I'm happy to pause here and take any questions from the board.
Questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Director Darlin, I want to say first, with deep gratitude, I'm just so grateful for you and all of the work that you have been leading on for many years on this issue. And there is a widespread belief right now that we're going to need to be innovative in our approach moving forward and working with our cross-jurisdictional partners to ensure that we are tackling homelessness and public safety head on. I am curious, and I'm not sure if it's going to be answered by the county administrator, by Mr. DeBonis, or by Director Darlin, but can you please provide the board with a quick summary of the recent loop activity that has been on headlines everywhere across the region? We continue to be contacted about not only the conditions of the loop, which are trash-ridden, for a lack of a better term. And I understand why we're in those predicaments. I think I'm just curious a little bit more about the county administration's efforts to clean up the loop and what it would take for this board to make mid-year adjustments to our current budget, or work with the public in our hearings that we're going to be having in the next few weeks to hear how they want to approach this. I recognize that it's not just an us responsibility, Chair Scott, it's everyone, but the loop is our asset. So I want to start there.
Thank you, Chair Scott and Supervisor Kano. I think I will turn it over to staff for a little bit deeper dive in some of this. I think one thing that's important for us to remember, and I'm going to get the number wrong, but about almost 140 miles of the loop is an extraordinary asset throughout Pima County. And we have what I would describe as a couple of points within the loop that need additional work. I think we do a lot to make sure that we're keeping the loop open and accessible to all the folks who want to continue to use the loop for a variety of recreational purposes. There are very specific locations that have been problematic, and as we've reported to the board, I think the last numbers were about $750,000 in expenditures to VetSec to assist with the patrol in those very specific areas. But I know the another operation that occurred led by Tucson Police that was supported by the county in whatever way we could did occur on the loop at, I believe, the Stone Wetmore area. I don't know whether who would like to speak to these issues. Maybe Jen start and everybody jump in.
Thank you, County Administrator Chair Scott. Supervisor Kano, so on October 7th, Tucson Police did conduct an operation on the loop along Stone and Wetmore from that stretch going east. The engagement began at 6 o'clock in the morning, and they encountered over 50 individuals. They had several felonies. They actually, I'm sorry? 50. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, over 50 individuals. They had several felonies. They did recover 2 firearms, one from a felony, an individual who was a prohibited possessor. So it was an effort that got underway, and they did encounter a number of individuals. And I want to be thoughtful here too, that I'm not authorized to speak on their behalf, but having watched and observed the effort on the 7th, it was a full deployment of TPD resources for the opportunity to interrupt some of the criminal behaviors that have been occurring in and around that asset. And so it was successful in the sense that it did interrupt in individuals who were, I don't want to say that it interrupted, but it did create an opportunity to engage with those individuals. There were a handful of individuals who were not either arrested. They were just individuals who were navigated to treatment because that was a more appropriate strategy, but TPD in their effort did lead that, and we were happy to support in the terms of providing some land management support. So following their deployment both on the loop itself and in the channel of the Rito. We had our land managing department, the Regional Flood Control District, made available the contractor who pushed behind them to do the cleaning and the restoration of that space after their effort.
Thank you, Chair Scott and Director Darlin. Unfortunately, I have not received information from the City of Tucson about a contract that I'm very curious about, and I'm curious to hear your input, Director Darlin, with Old Pueblo Community Services, where the city is contracting with OPCS to provide the unsheltered with an opportunity to gain some compensation and clean up targeted sites in in Tucson. Are you aware of this model? Have you seen its success? Are there, and really just as it relates to the loop, with it being within the county's jurisdiction, what recommendations have you and the county administrator talked about for cleanup of the loop, and what kind of resources it's going to take for us to restore our county?
Sure. Chair Scott, Supervisor Cano, I am familiar with the homeless work program that Old Pueblo Community Services operates. They work in partnership with many of the low barrier and high demand shelter settings. They provide limited work, meaning limited because they only have so much space. They don't, and resources to provide the supervisory supports. And so I am familiar with the program. I know that it is a useful alternative, I think, for some of these areas where we have ongoing need for trash cleanup, not necessarily associated with homeless encampments. I can't speak to the specifics of the city's agreement with Old Pueblo, but I am aware of the program. In terms of conversations with the county administrator and also Deputy County Administrator DeBonis, Regional Flood Control District has been the lead because on most of our efforts to address encampments. While we are only maybe 11% on average of the overall impact, meaning about 11% of the individuals who are reported to be experiencing homelessness will fall in the unincorporated space and on assets that are under our maintenance authority. Of that, about 60% is going to fall within the water channels under their administrative review. And so they have been incredibly gracious and key in looking at our strategies to improve upon these processes. And one of them is the procurement of a special contractor to work with a more expedient process to address cleaning up areas in the water channels in which they are responsible. Right now, it's a bit of an arduous process where it's a bid process that takes a couple of weeks in order to get a contractor on site to do some of the larger efforts. But this would provide the district a more responsive arm to be on site to address some of the smaller areas. Most of the debris is going to fall in the channel, irrespective of activities, especially with weather that we've seen this week. You're going to get downstream sort of litter that's going to start to collect in these channels anyway. It gets more complicated when some of that debris is associated with encampments that are further upstream. But they are working right now to ensure that they have a more responsive arm of their operations, and I believe that they will be having a contractor identified, and I don't want to get ahead of my skis, Mr. DeBonis, but I believe they'll be having a contract come before the board shortly.
Thank you. I recognize that this issue is more than the loop, Chair Scott, so it'll be my last question, and I want to just direct it toward Administrator Lesher. Administrator Lesher, do you have an outline of recommendations that you might be able to share with us in the coming weeks about how we can ensure that loop safety and cleanup is a part of the discussion moving forward? I continue to hear from District 5 residents on each of the the intersections of our bridges and washes with concerns about the need for us to come up with a plan. I recognize that you have additional information related to security and VetSec with the board, but I think more specifically, it's this board now has to decide what deployment of assets we would like to make moving forward, and is that already in motion, Administrator Lesher? And I, of course, want to thank our incredible flood control team, who I know has been working day to day on this issue, and I recognize the realities that they're confronted with. They are maxed out with resources and a limited budget, and I look forward to our tour of the loop in the coming weeks with the District 5 team.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Connor, yes, staff talks regularly about many things related to the loop and how we make sure that it is both safe and clean, secure for everyone. But what we're happy to do is provide a report back to the board of everything that's been going on, what we recommend currently, and then if there were any enhancements to that that we might recommend for consideration by the board, we'll certainly bring that forward.
Thank you, Chair Scott and Administrator Lesher. The only thing as we prioritize what sites, given that it's such a huge asset looping around the county, I'm very curious about where the highest concentration of trash debris is, and really kind of, I've heard that you can do an aerial tour in a helicopter and see it all, and I just kind of feel like as part of the report that you sent back to the board, I would just like to see a prioritization of which sites are going to need more investment. And I think, Chair Scott, I look forward to the board's continued discussion on this. And I just want to, of course, applaud the county's role that is instrumental to this conversation as a jurisdiction that represents the entire region. I know that we're going to take this seriously, and I think related to housing investments, I firmly believe that we are headed toward a direction where the county is about to award its largest investment in housing dollars in just 2 months, $8.5 million that this board allocated and approved. And so I'm saying that in the same breath as talking about cleanup, because I think the underlying issues of poverty and of housing supply, we are doing our diligent work as a region to support that work, and I think it's worth mentioning.
Thank you, Supervisor Kano. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I concur with Supervisor Kano's concern about the cleanup and the physical condition of the watch. It is our biggest assets. It's been touted as a driver of economic development as well as tourism. And I've had numerous complaints from constituents that have said, we moved close to the loop. We moved into Pima County so we could enjoy the loop, and now it's trashed. And we're seeing the degradation of one of our biggest elements and attractions that we have. Director Darlin, this most recent deployment of TPD on the loop that you refer to, would you consider that a success?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, bearing in mind that I'm not a law enforcement expert, I would state that operationally, based off of what I observed, I would state that it was a success. With the one stipulation that there's a number of adjudicated processes on the back end that still remain to be seen, but on the front end, it appeared to be successful, yes.
My point of asking you that is we see in various situations and in various venues in Pima County, a collaboration of law enforcement agencies, a task force. They have one for SWAT teams. They have one to investigate officer shootings. They have internal investigations that are made up and comprised of representatives from various law enforcement agencies throughout the region. Would it not be an idea to explore the ability or the availability of creating a loop task force that could encompass various law enforcement agencies throughout the region, Marana, Oro Valley, Sorita, Sheriff's Department, TPD, in some kind of a joint task force to deploy assets together along the loop that might create that presence that signified some sort of a success with the last one with just TPD. Imagine if we had all the cooperation and collaboration of all of the assets of law enforcement. That's just an idea. I noticed in your presentation you used the term strategy quite a bit. And obviously we have to have some sort of a strategy. In your interview on October 8th with Channel 9, you made some statements, and I'd like maybe to have you describe them in the context that they were given. You stated that patrols would vacate the groups, and I'm quoting it from the transcript, that patrols would vacate the groups and they just moved to another spot along the loop. And they felt like they just kept chasing the problem. that's problematic, obviously. But if they're going to do that kind of activity at one point and law enforcement comes in, they're just going to move down. Maybe that deployment of a SWAT team, or not a SWAT team, but a joint task force might address that issue. You also, and I think this is a little more troubling, because part of the strategy that you talked to is a pretty comprehensive outline of all of the agencies and all of the services and all of the facilities that are offered in your process to address the issues of drug addiction, of homelessness, of mental health issues. And again, going back to your interview, you said that you added that not a single person in the 10 months that these patrols, now these patrols I'm sure are the subcontracted ones or the contracted ones we had with the agency, not a single person in the 10 months of these patrols were out accepted help from their offices to navigate the resources available. This is kind of troubling because you have an extensive and comprehensive list of issues that you could direct these people, but according to your interview here, you state that not a single person in the 10 months accepted help. Now, is this the proper context, or?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, so the interview in question is the one where we were talking about the 10-month loop patrol effort using VetSec. And at the time, the strategy I presented earlier was not part of the equation. And one of the pieces I was remiss to also point out during my interview was that VetSec guards were there to remind and enforce around park rules at time of closure, right? So when the sun goes down, the loop is closed, and there are certain parks that are under the county's administrative responsibilities that also close at specific hours. So they would go and close gates, and they would lock up restrooms. And in their attempts, when they would encounter individuals who they assumed might be experiencing homelessness, they would offer a resource pamphlet, or in some cases attempt to find if they could get a crisis response team. We had one individual who pretty consistently would lock herself in their restrooms at time of closure, and unfortunately would require a law enforcement response, working specifically with the sheriff's department in that case. And so in that situation, we don't have very many resources that are available after hours. So that is a challenge, which is one of the reasons why trying to connect with individuals during the daytime when the loop is open, working in partnership with the district. And I would be remiss if I didn't also point out the valiant efforts also by County Parks and Rec team, who also maintain the bicycle path in and around, and also are encountering this daily. So when we can work in partnership with those two districts, that's always going to be helpful to, again, get folks connected to resources. But in general, overall, the data suggested that individuals who more often than not, the congregation that we were seeing in and around the loop at the time of closure was not about individuals bedding down for the night as much as it was individuals who were congregating and engaging in open drug use and even drug sale.
And hence the lack of police presence, official police presence that could actually enforce the law.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, we routinely spoke with law enforcement on opportunities to address the behaviors, because just as when our guards would go and they would observe and they would acknowledge the time of closure, people would disperse. So that's why our strategies have to be a little bit more nimble, a little bit more connected, and a little bit more strategic. But when there was an opportunity where the guards observed criminal behavior, like starting of fires, things of those natures, where a 911 call or an emergency call was warranted, our guards did make those calls where warranted.
Well, just to reiterate, Mr. Chair, excuse me, just to reiterate the idea of a regional-wise task force made up of all jurisdictional law enforcement, and get them to coordinate the efforts for after-hour issues. That might be something to think about and something to incorporate. And finally, Mr. Chair, the last question I have, I'd like Director Darling's opinion. City of Tucson Council member Nikki Lee has suggested that fentanyl use be reduced from a felony violation to a misdemeanor. And of course, the first thought was, well, why are you decriminalizing a criminal conduct? But her goal was to put it at a level where it was not going to be adjudicated or in the jurisdiction of Pima County Attorney because the Pima County Attorney was not prosecuting that level of fentanyl use at the felony level, but instead it would be remanded to the city courts that could enforce the law, albeit at a lesser degree, but at least have some sort of enforcement. Your thoughts?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, I'll defer to County Administrator Lesher because frankly, I appreciate the question. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of subject area expertise with respect to Councilmember Lee's presentation to the Mayor and Council, and defer to others who are more legally astute in terms of the prosecutorial opportunities that abound in that particular ordinance recommendation.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, we don't have a comment about what a member of the council had indicated. I know that the city, like the county and other jurisdictions, is looking at how they can develop any and all tools necessary to look at a critical issue in the community. Supervisor Cano may have more. I have not had an opportunity to speak with Councilmember Lee about this or understand the full context. Supervisor Cano may.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Lesher, I think the issue that is being driven here by Councilmember Lee is the lack of faith in the Pima County Attorney to adjudicate and prosecute fentanyl use in public. And she's trying to bypass that and bring it into the city courts, knowing that it'll get prosecuted there.
Thank you. Chair Scott, I have to that point. I know Supervisor Christie might have some more questions, but I too share I have a similar desire to hear more from our county attorney on how she will be addressing this issue. In a conversation just a few weeks ago with the county attorney, I asked for a wish list of diversion programs that are already in existence that perhaps could need some more funding or consideration from this board so that we can ensure that treatment becomes a priority, right? County has an incredible drug treatment alternative. What's the term? DTAP program that is vastly successful, right? And so without going into the questions about what Councilmember Lee is trying to do, I do still need to hear from the county attorney what additional resources are needed to tackle this issue head on. And I believe that a DTAP like program, in addition to supporting more attorneys to support some of the backlog that's happening. I mean, you let me know what we need, but I have yet to receive that, unfortunately, from the county attorney. So I'm putting that into the record here now.
Supervisor Cano, thank you for your comments. It would interest you to know that Mayor Romero and I have convened several meetings of our justice system partners that include representatives from TPD, the Sheriff's Department, the county attorney, the city attorney, and also the courts. And there has been a robust conversation between the presiding judge of Superior Court, the county attorney, and the chief of police with regard to the DTAP program. And there is a courts working group that has come out of those justice system partners meetings that we believe is going to have some recommendations to policymakers with regard to diversion programs. But that specific one, DTAP, has led to a lot of robust conversations between those three offices.
Thank you. I look forward to receiving more information.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Al.
So, our office, like I think other offices, has received a lot of notes from people concerned about the state of the loop. And, one of our responses back has been one of, some of what we hear is that people will make claims that the entire loop is just trash, that they wouldn't send anyone out there. As Administrator Lesher noted, the loop is nearly 140 miles. I'm on the loop twice a week, and it is not trashed, right? There is the vast majority of that 140 miles of the loop is a well-maintained, highly utilized, with mothers pushing the strollers, their children with their little dogs, and there's folks out doing Tai Chi in the adjacent parks. People are in groups riding their bikes. It is an incredible outdoor recreation space, right, that we have been and should be now still proud of what the Loop is. The trick is figuring out where the concentrations are, because the reality is that there are issues and they are concentrated. That is not dispersed across the entire loop. So I just want to make sure that we are not falling prey to some of the hyperbole that does us a disservice, does the loop a disservice, but it also puts us in a position where we are likely to waste our resources on places and things where it is just simply, it is not, where the issue is not. The thing that I'm concerned about is that, and I think this is what we saw with VetSec, and one of the reasons I understand that we did not continue with the program is that we can have the effect when we rely on enforcement that treating problems is like squeezing a balloon, where you squeeze it in one place and you just push it somewhere else. And that happens when there is not meaningful solutions. The data shows, the research shows that enforcement is not the solution when people are unhoused. Housing is the solution when people are unhoused. Enforcement isn't the solution when people are struggling with mental health and substance use disorder. Treatment is the solution, right? We know this, the research shows that going to jail is one of the most costly, ineffective things that we can do. So I know as we have on the agenda later a discussion item around collaborations around these issues with the city, I think being clear around what our understanding is of what works and what the values are that we want to put on the table, I think is going to be very important. And as we think about the loop, it is also very important to stay focused in what works and what ends up being a show. And I think a lot of effort can be a show and feel very performative, that we've come out with these great shows of force, but at the end of the day, if it's not going to solve the problem, I think we're fooling ourselves and we're wasting money and we are deceiving our constituents. That are continuing to really dig into housing and treatment is what we got to do.
Mr. Chair, I'm offended that Supervisor Allen would equate someone getting murdered on the loop as hyperbole. You tell that to the family. You say to them that there is no problem on the loop and they lost a loved one that will never come home. It's not hyperbole, it's a distinct problem, and all kinds of goody-feely, touchy-feely issues are not going to solve it. We need a police presence on the loop at all times until this problem is gone away. We need the encampments removed, we need the garbage and trash cleaned up, and we need the absolute flagrant use of drugs and other illegal activities resolved. And to say to the family, we don't want to talk about hyperbole. I'm sorry.
Supervisor Allen.
I want to be very clear that when I am talking about hyperbole, it is more it is the sense of that the entire loop is trash. And that is what I'm hearing from constituents. That is what I'm talking about. I am not equating the loss of life of that family, of a loved one, of a member of our community, right, to that. I spend time on the loop, and I fully acknowledge that there is stretches on the loop, and particularly that Stone and Wetmore place. It is tragic. I just biked through there the other day to make sure I had that I could see it, right? And there was a ton of drug use. It was a rough stretch. I do not question that, and I in no shape and form minimize the loss of a loved one in our community. I just want to make sure that as we respond as policymakers, that we respond with the scalpel, with the precision that is needed to solve the problem, and that we are not fooling ourselves or anyone else of other gestures that are not going to solve the problem. That is my point.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions for Ms. Darland or comments from my colleagues? Supervisor Hines.
Who provides like security law enforcement for the loop? Is it a combination of like multiple jurisdictions, or how does that work? And that might be ignorant, but I just am kind of curious.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Hind, it depends on the jurisdiction in which that portion of the loop resides. So if it's in unincorporated Pima County, it's the Sheriff's Department. If it's in the city limits of Tucson, it's Tucson Police Department, et cetera, Oro Valley Marana.
And are there any like law enforcement officers on bikes?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Hines, not to my knowledge, but
Okay.
looking to.
Just curious. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
just one last thought. Regardless of where this issue is on the loop, I don't think anybody's expressing that there are certain sections that don't need patrol or things of this nature. But what I'm also hearing from some of my colleagues is we have to, as Supervisor Allen has said, we have to use a precision scalpel rather than a bulldozer for a problem. We cannot, this is an invasive, flagrant problem that has to be looked at in entirety. And the programs that we have to understand is that we cannot service our way out of this problem. It's going to require law enforcement, a police presence, and hold people accountable for their actions regardless of their physical state. That's the only way we're going to be able to address this.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Mr. Stuckey, if I could put you on the spot for a moment. A couple of months ago, you shared data with the board with regard to hot spots on the loop in terms of criminal activity. As Ms. Lesher knows, she and I shared that report with Mayor Romero and Mr. Tomier during one of our monthly mayor-chair meetings. You indicated that you had asked for some follow-up support from TPD in those areas within the city. Just wondered if you could share with the board the outcome of that follow-up and where things may stand now.
Certainly, Chair Scott, board members. I'll just defer to Ms. Darland's comments about these operations that have happened starting in May and are becoming more frequent. So we've developed a certain amount of momentum based on that intelligence, that data that we gathered over that 10-month period using our VetSec guards to identify those problem areas. And so I believe that the Tucson Police Department and other jurisdictions for that matter are aware of where the hot spots are. And have focused deployments. Most recently, we had some rain delays most recently, and so a few were canceled. But I believe that there is a plan for several weeks in a row for deployments such as happened a week or so ago, where there was 50 arrests, including felonies, weapons recovery, and so forth. So that is planned with the Tucson Police Department in assistance, utilizing resources from the Sheriff's Department as well. So it is happening.
So you feel that there was responsiveness with regard to the data that was shared with the board that we then passed on to the mayor and the city manager, and that you passed on to your colleagues in the police department?
I believe they are being responsive, and it's taken us a little bit of time to get here. But we have momentum, and my hope is that moving forward, I believe one of the cornerstones to solving this problem is consistency. And so coming in and doing isolated operations will help and be useful in some ways, but consistency over time, I believe, would be the best strategy, and how that can be done would be left to law enforcement professionals that have the resources to dedicate and things like that.
And some of those multi-agency deployments that Ms. Darland described in her report, those happened in some of those areas that were identified by VetSec, Ms. Darland?
Yes, Chair Scott, as Mr. Stuckey alluded to, the data from those deployments actually informed the first one in May 22nd.
Great.
TPD, their efforts with the Community Outreach Resource Engagement Officers, otherwise known as CORE, they also were running into a lot of efforts there as well. So it was a strategic decision to focus this at that initial stretch, that initial effort in that area and location. And again, I think that to Mr. Stuckey's point, the VetSec guards, the data that they were able to provide really created a really foundational basis of understanding after hours that helps, reinforce what TPD and other law enforcement partners may be able to do to interrupt the criminal behaviors that are occurring after hours.
Outstanding. Thank you.
And Chair Scott, if I may
Please.
add one
Yes,
other
please.
thing, is the importance of the collaboration with other county entities and other NGOs to make sure that we are approaching this not only from an enforcement perspective, that's part of it, but also providing these resources in a collaborative effort. So there's a lot of communications that's happening behind the scenes to help support law enforcement operations and provide the resources necessary, courts, transition center, and so forth. Again, it has to be all of those things, and that is happening.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Stuckey. Any other questions or comments?
Can I ask Mr. Stuckey?
Oh, go ahead, Supervisor Christie.
What
Thank you.
would be your opinion or impression of creating a multi-agency task force for enforcement of the loop amongst other jurisdictions all collaborating together like we see with SWAT teams and the likes of those collaborations?
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, I'll rely on my 26 plus years of law enforcement experience at the Sheriff's Department. I believe that task force model is very effective. In fact, I served on the regional SWAT team for many, many years. It does take collaboration. It takes a devotion of resources, money, personnel, and so forth. But again, to my previous comments regarding consistency, to make sure that there is consistency so that we are, again, engaging people in the right ways and providing the right resources, but also making sure that people are held accountable for bad behaviors. So, of course, it's if there is a shared responsibility, shared resources, that often makes it easier to achieve the task.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Stuckey, the loop does pass through numerous jurisdictions, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
So it would make sense that they all be involved.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Thank you, Mr. Stuckey.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments for Ms. Darling from board members? Supervisor Cano.
Chair Scott, I just want to thank Administrator Lesher for the Herculean effort that we are asking her to identify. I always learn a lot in our memos, and I am looking at the July 22nd memo that talked about the Loop Patrol Program. And so I'm really just speaking out loud, Chair Scott, to say that a lot of the data that would guide us to those concentrations on the loop where we can ensure that there are some additional resources allocated their way, says that we've already identified 6 of them. And so this data exists, and I hope that we don't replicate the wheel and that we figure out what our approach can be. And I agree with the sentiment that this is going to take lots of jurisdictions and lots of collaboration, and it's going to be an effort that I know this board will commit itself to. So appreciate you.
Appreciate your comments, Supervisor. Thank you. Any other comments or questions from board members? All right. Ms. Darling, thank you very much. We will now move to our second staff presentation, update on federal and state executive, legislative, and judicial actions that affect Pima County. Administrator Lesher, any introductory comments?
Simply to say thank you, Chair Scott. As you know, this was a regular item on the agenda for a while, and we pulled it with the conversation discussion that we would bring back if we thought there was something that we should speak to very quickly. And I think being now 2 weeks into the government shutdown, we felt it appropriate for Ms. Davis to provide a quick overview of where things are. Thank you.
Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Chair Scott, members of the board, Administrator Lesher. As the county administrator highlighted, to date since our last in-person update on the topic, we provided the board several updates by way of memorandum on policy.
I apologize for interrupting. Could you move your microphone just a little closer?
Yes, of course. Better. So we've provided the board several updates by way of memorandum on policy directives or notable federal impacts that affect the county, such as executive orders, federal public benefits, and most recently, a few weeks back, on impending federal government shutdowns and the status of appropriations. So the county administrator and the county administration team had discussed providing this update in the first October meeting to update the board on the status of appropriation and subsequent impact to county's grant portfolio, programs and services, and deviation from the previously reported impacts of the president's proposed budget, otherwise known as HR 1 or the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and or the subsequent impact of a federal shutdown. Next slide, please. So today, as you know, the appropriations process is far from complete, and we are in day 14 of the federal government shutdown, which started October 1st, resulting from failure to complete the appropriations or pass a continuing resolution to fund the federal government. The most recent shutdown prior to this was in 2018-2019 and lasted for 35 days. Pima County departments and leadership are closely watching the potential scenarios and impacts on funds and function disruptions during this shutdown period. Notably, today we are underscoring the risks to critical areas, and specifically what we'll be discussing with you today are federal benefit funds that expect first quarter payments at the start of the federal fiscal year. As often, they don't carry year-end balances and rely on timely government payments, substantial furloughs or disruption to staffing, and fund availability for programs during a shutdown period and the ability to withstand or sustain during a shutdown period. Next slide, please. As you'll recall in presentations that we did for the board and prepared over the summer, central to the current shutdown are components that we've discussed with the board and are details that underscore and underpin the HR 1, otherwise known as One Big Beautiful Bill. Specifically at the center of a lot of these discussions are Medicaid. In part, the larger $1 trillion planned cuts over the next 5 years, and importantly, healthcare subsidies, which make it more affordable to get healthcare in the marketplace for families and individuals. As a reminder, just what that looks like in Pima County, the Pima County Medicaid profile is as follows. Roughly about 1/3 of residents in Pima County are insured by Medicaid. 37% are children. Sometimes that fluctuates into the 40% range. And 66% are in the expansion groups, by which over 60% of those are more likely to have a co-occurring and disorder or complex health needs. SNAP is also a benefit that is central to this conversation, and over 10% of our region between 2020 and 2022 were identified as food insecure, with 13% of Pima County residents receiving SNAP benefits in 2023. Another central component of the shutdown is the executive office ability to abruptly shut down or rescind congressionally obligated dollars. And so those are kind of the core components of what we're monitoring as these discussions continue across Congress and the executive offices. Next slide, please. The information on this slide is provided by our grants management and innovation team, which are monitoring the status of our grants portals. So these are the portals by which we do receive our funds and make sure that we do get these funds into our general fund, of which there have been some disruptions to grant applications, portal capacity for reimbursements. That being said, as we know to date, there have not been substantial disruptions to reimbursements. We are watching some of our larger departmental grant recipients, such as Community Workforce and Development and our Health Department, two of our largest. And in fact, our Justice Grants portal is reopened as of this week. One thing I do want to talk to the board about is our kind of what we're watching statewide and nationally around women, infants, and children, otherwise known as the WIC program, which is a critical program by which is seeing some disruption nationwide. As highlighted before, dependent on fiscal allocations at the start of the federal fiscal year. Last week, we received word that just about at day 8 of the shutdown, Arizona Department of Health Services did receive contingency funds to keep WIC programs funded through October 31st. The Arizona Department of Health does fund 3 WIC local agency providers here in Pima County, our health department and our federally qualified health centers, specifically El Rio and Marina Health Center, that together provide monthly benefits to over 21,500 women, infants, and children monthly. PCHD is our largest WIC provider in Pima County with a contracted caseload of over 11,500 participants and 38 full-time employees. So WIC is something we are watching closely, in addition to state shifts down to counties in terms of that programming dollar amount. Next slide, please. As you can see, this table is a status of appropriations discussions to date. This was provided to the board by way of memorandum in mid-September. But today, versus talking about all of the appropriations committees, we're going to focus on transportation, housing, and urban development, and the labor, health, and human services appropriations committees. Next slide, please. We are providing a specific update on these appropriations as they are the county's largest funding sources from federal funds. Through the appropriations process, and what we reported to the board on May 6th is some of the appropriations, and through committee work, some of these critical funds are coming in as retained at fiscal year 25 spending. So that's really important for some of the work we do across this community, and deviating from proposed full elimination in HR 1. The community development block grants, originally slated for full elimination, has been retained at fiscal 25 levels with a proposed increase from the Senate. Some of our critical homeless services, continuum of care, and emergency solutions grant funding have also been retained. Programmatically, what does that mean? Just at a very, very high level, our community development block grants served over 80,000 people. Our home funds for first-time home buyer assistance served over 200 families. Our community services block grants, which exist in our health and human services appropriations group, but is served by community workforce development, which includes LIHEAP, which is low-income home energy assistance programming, served over 20,000 residents, and our homeless services programming served almost 2,000. Our workforce, specifically our Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act funds, served over 8,000 residents in training. So we are seeing some of those funds being retained at fiscal 25 levels, but know that everything is fragile and delicate, and we are watching it all. Pertaining to health and human services, there is a lot of uncertainty here, and what we presented in this table is agencies versus program line item. We're still unsure, and there's a lack of clarity on the intention of program retention of health programs and the redirection to the Make America Healthy Again budget line. Centers for Disease Control are what we'd like to draw some attention to, as it is one of our largest funded federal agencies to the county portfolio and the services that we provide. Notably, while funding has been retained through the appropriations process, the agency has experienced a tumultuous few months with a most recent, as of Friday night, reduction in force effort, removing thousands of employees. LIHEAP, as stated earlier, has been retained, and our community service block grants have also been retained as we know it. But our public health emergency preparedness programming does see anticipated fiscal cuts. Next slide, please. I want to bring attention again, as in previous reports to the board, the lawsuits. Currently, this slide is now 443 lawsuits against the federal administration. And we report on these because some of the county's funds are tied up in the outcome block, partial block of these cases. We wanted to let the Board of Supervisors know that annual funds received by our Office of Emergency Management are frozen due to the status of one of the Department of Homeland Security lawsuits. This funding is essential to our office's operation and has an impact of just under $1 million, approximately $750,000 to the general fund until funds are released from DHS. The county manages, as the board received a memo from our Grants Management and Innovation Department, 212 grant awards, and 77% of those are federally funded or pass through. Next slide, please. We have continued to report to the board on expenditures versus award. Why? The reason for that is general fund impact in the event that these programs and services are removed or shut down. We had hoped that the appropriations process and some of the positive activity we had seen through the appropriations process and retention of funds at fiscal 25 levels would slightly delay the urgency by which we develop a risk assessment to general fund dollars, but as the shutdown continues and subsequent disruption of funds by way of either programmatic impacts at the federal level, complete shutdown of programs, or funding access points, that a fiscal impact risk assessment is imminent. In conjunction with the fiscal 27 Pima County budget preparation, we will provide the county administrator with a risk assessment to our fiscal 27 budget or general fund impact based on the fiscal year federal 2026 budget and discussions and outcomes. And with that, I will take questions.
Questions or comments from Ms. Davis? Supervisor Khanna.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Ms. Davis, am I reading your material correctly that the county has 212 federal grants? And is there a way for us to work with our finance director to get a list of what those amounts are by chance, Administrator Lesher? I want to see the spreadsheet of the 212.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I missed that in the memo. I want to say thank you to Ms. Davis for providing a little bit more of the qualitative information that tells the stories of impact, people losing their homes, people losing their health care, our neighbors wondering where their next meal is going to come from. These are all shifts that are coming almost daily with a gut-wrenching reality of what we're faced with. And I want to thank our county administrator for working with our state and federal teams to be able to keep a pulse on this. It is important as we engage in all of this work with our federal and state partners to work with our elected representatives to continue to paint a story of impact. And I recognize, Chair Scott, that this is us looking forward. And since our last meeting, we have not had the opportunity to publicly thank the county administrator and U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego for visiting us on September 23rd so that we can celebrate some of the historic federal investment that has come to Pima County. I remember saying at that time, Ms. Davis, that it feels a little weird to look back. All of the investments that truly made an impact that helped county taxpayers are now at risk under this administration. But because of our Senate delegation, we received $25 million to expand internet access across southern Arizona. And I think that kind of strategy of bringing the senator to our courthouse just right here to be able to talk about that need for additional federal dollars, I look forward to us working as an entire board to look to our congressional delegation for continued support, including those who are currently in the majority in Congress, so that we can let them know the true impact of these decisions by this federal administration. You know, the trickle-down economics of all of this is that it is going to fall on county taxpayers to have to foot the bill for critical services. And I recognize that some may disagree with that statement, but I ask everybody to, as we navigate these uncharted territories, think about the humanity of this, the fact that somebody may not have access to support to have a home over their heads, to be able to provide food for their kids, to be able to go to the doctor without wondering how they're going to pay for it. These are all real things that are happening, Chair Scott, and I know that working with the county administrator will continue focusing on these issues.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments or questions from board members? All right, Ms. Davis, thank you very much. Appreciate it greatly. Colleagues, let's do this. The items under Board of Supervisors on the agenda, 20 through 22, might lend themselves to some discussion. So before we turn to them, let's finish the two items on the addendum. First one is a resolution introduced by Supervisor Hines. It's addendum item number 2, calling on Governor Katie Hobbs to have Arizona join the West Coast Health Alliance. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. Look, in light of the tumultuousness and disruption at the Health and Human Services, where I worked for 2 years under the Obama administration, and I continue to be horrified at the rejection of facts.
Supervisor Hines, pardon me for interrupting. Is your mic on?
Yeah?
Okay. The clerk was having trouble hearing you.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so I, watching what's happening at Health and Human Services under the leadership, I'll use that loosely, of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his brainworm. I don't know quite what they're doing, but they are really truly destroying, they're severely eroding people's faith in that institution. And Health and Human Services is massive. It includes, of course, the NIH, CDC, and many, many thousands, or it did anyway, of employees. And these are a lot of these folks are scientists, right? The CDC especially. So what we have seen just dismantling all of the I guess, not only programs, but all of the institutions within HHS that are there to help protect us and help to provide local public health departments like ours with good information, not just on vaccines, but on a lot of other public health issues. I really think it makes a heck of a lot of sense for us to follow in the footsteps of Washington, Hawaii, Oregon, as well as California, and find another place to get reliable, data-driven, truly scientific-based, research-inspired recommendations that we can all have faith in and trust. And that's what this resolution is asking the governor to consider doing. It does not require the legislature. It simply requires the governor to sign up, basically. So this isn't something that requires legislative approval. I don't think that probably would happen. I'm happy to read the resolution in its entirety if you want, or I can simply just move the item and request a second in the support of my colleagues.
If you'll move the item, I'll second it, Supervisor.
Okay, so moved.
All right, and I'll second it. Further discussion from board members? Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, when I first saw this resolution and I read my colleague's opinion in the newspaper, I thought maybe perhaps this was going to deal with some kind of a collaboration between states to explore ways to provide more affordable pharmaceuticals to the public, or to provide more services that they could access. And it was probably something that's similar to what we already have in Pima County. And the more I looked at it, the more I read into it, and the more I see into it, it's nothing more than an anti-administration tirade. We hear these high and lofty words that we heard when we were first elected during the COVID years about following science. Following science, this is the same science that told us that the COVID shot, all you had to do is get the first one and you never have to worry about the shot again. That was a lie. You talk about eroding faith. Nothing eroded faith more than finding all of the absolute mischaracterizations of the COVID pandemic and all of the activities that took place after them. Everything from the worthless shots to masking to public distancing to shutting down of businesses and restaurants, putting kids in masks in school. That was what eroded public faith. And my colleague wants to go back to that erosion and to that mischaracterization, if not a complete lie, of following the science. This really is nothing but a screed against the Trump administration. It's a return to the lack of faith and confidence that was transpired by the previous administration. And I really can't stress enough how clear it is that really the issue here is not to try to improve any kind of health issues, as it is to throw hot water or cold water or any kind of a liquid onto the Trump administration as a way of getting back for what is happening now since the last election. So we can see through this, and this is really a very transparent resolution that should not in any way, shape, or form even be before this board.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hines, the clerk is a stickler for detail, and she asked that you amend your motion by reading the resolution number.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, this is regarding resolution number 2025-46.
Okay, and I'll, that's fine with me as the seconder. Supervisor Cano? No? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Allen?
I support my colleague's effort, and I think one of the things that I found very compelling, just in trying to understand a little bit more about what the alliance is, was a great quote from the governors of California, Oregon, and Washington, and it might actually be in the it's in the resolution, and it just states, right, our states will provide evidence-based immunization guidance rooted in safety, efficacy, and transparency. Residents receive credible information free from political interference. Right? That's what the Alliance is aimed to do. That is what we need. And thank you for bringing this to us, and I hope that the governor is responsive.
Supervisor Allen, thank you. I also support the resolution. It's interesting that the resolution cites the firing by the HHS director of, who was the person who was fired? What was she the director of, Supervisor?
Director Susan Monaris.
Yeah, so thank you. The Director Monaris, I watched her testimony in front of a Senate committee, and several of the Democratic senators who voted against her confirmation apologized to her because she handled the office with integrity. And because she tried to handle it with integrity, because she tried to make informed database decisions, she was fired by the HHS secretary, who has politicized this department to an extent that I don't think anyone could have possibly predicted. And we saw during the pandemic that when public health is politicized, it leads to outcomes like we saw in this country, where we led the world in infections and deaths. And what I'd like to see is a return to what we saw in the first Trump administration with Operation Warp Speed. And I think you would acknowledge, Supervisor Hines, as a member of the medical profession, that were it not for that Trump administration initiative, the COVID-19 vaccines that saved millions of lives would not have been on the market as quickly as they were. And I think the president got one of the first vaccines. So I just think that we've seen the result of politicizing public health during the pandemic. We've seen the result of politicizing public health by this firing of somebody who was just trying to do her job. And I think the people of the West Coast are more likely to get informed public health opinions through the formation of this alliance. And as Supervisor Allen said, I hope the governor is responsive and joins her colleagues in the other 4 states. So with that, let's move to a vote on the resolution. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Let's move then to addendum item number 3. I'll just say to Supervisor Allen, do what Ms. Manriquez wants us to do when you move this and read the resolution number so I don't get in trouble again. This is introduced by our colleague from District 3, so I'll turn it over to Supervisor Allen.
Well, I would move that we support resolution number 2025-47.
I'll second. Go ahead, Supervisor.
There's so much I could say about this. I don't even know where to start. I would show you my notes, but I keep adding to them, and it goes on for pages and pages as to why we should do this. But first, I want to acknowledge that this resolution is the identical resolution that the city of Tucson recently passed, that was authored by Ward 5 City Council member Roque Perez and co-sponsored by Ward 1 Council member Lane Santa Cruz. And so I thank the both of them for their leadership on this issue, along with the Associated Students of the University of Arizona and the University of Arizona Faculty Senate for also coming out and being very clear about why the U of A should not sign on to the compact for academic excellence in higher education. There was an op-ed. I think one of the reasons I keep adding on more and more points around this is that there's just we have a brilliant community. And there have been a number of opinion pieces in local news outlets. There was one this morning by Dr. Stephanie Grutzmacher, and apologize for the name mispronunciation. But it was grounded in a reminder of what the University of Arizona is as a land grant university. And she explaining then that the mission is that the university is responsible then as a land grant university for advancing education, research, and outreach to directly benefit our state's diverse communities, including tribal, rural, and underserved populations, right? That is the mission that makes the University of Arizona such an engine for our community and for the state. That mission, at the most fundamental level, it runs contrary to what this compact calls for and would gut the mission of a land grant university with the explicit intentions to limit and control who gets admitted to the university, how they get admitted, the types of tests that they can take, the types of courses that could be taught, the types of things that professors can comment on, how we grade at the university, all of those excessive amounts of control being imposed on the University of Arizona, gutting its mission, gutting its value to our community. In thinking about this, I was hearkening back to elementary school days of bullies, right? And, one of the things I had an aunt who was the yard lady, is what she was called at the time in my elementary school. And I remember her saying that, you don't, I think it was actually, she did the sticks and stones break my bones, but it was also this lesson that if somebody's bullying you, you don't stop them from bullying you by giving them what they want. And I think as many have pointed out from the Faculty Senate and the Student Association, that there is no guarantee that even if the university was to sign this compact, that more and more things would not be taken. It is just hope that the president does the right thing. I hope my colleagues will support this effort to call on the university to do the right thing and not support this effort.
Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can just imagine in Washington right now at the White House and all of the departments there, just sitting on the edge of their seats in pins and needles, wondering what the result of this vote on this resolution is going to be. It'll be earth-shattering. You talk about hyperbole, that this whole issue is nothing but hyperbole. And let's show exactly what is being suggested here in the compact by the administration. The compact would require the U of A to ban the use of race, of sex in hiring and admissions. Gosh, that's earth-shattering. Freeze tuition for 5 years. I would think my progressive friends to my left would jump at that. Cap international undergrad enrollment at 15%. Every time there's someone that is not able to come from another country to go to the University of Arizona, means there's another opening for one of our own students here to fill that. Apply a strict definition of gender to campus bathrooms, locker rooms, and women's sports teams. Oh, that's an earth-shattering idea. Departments that belittle conservative ideas. Bar employees from speaking out as university representatives. Employees of the university work for the university. They should support the university. Sure, they have freedom of speech, but when they start making statements contrary to the policies of the university, they're going to run into trouble. It also calls for a diverse mix of political voices on campus and for cutbacks to university administrative costs, among many other requests. These are absolutely draconian methods. People have to realize that tuition keeps going up higher and higher and higher, And all we seem to be getting is an atmosphere that promotes one side of a picture and does not have any diversity of thought, which is the core foundation of a university. All I can say is we should find ways, and we should urge the University of Arizona to look for direction and guidance and help to work with the administration so the funding does not get cut off, and that there is some compliance, that they could find common ground that would allow the programs to go on. I predict right now, if the university does not accept this compact with the administration, things are not going to end well as far as funding for the university, which is also another telling example of our own situation in Pima County. We need to rely less on federal funding, just like the university. We need to find ways to fund our programs within our own budget, within our own income, within our own revenue, and not always be turning to the government, be it state or federal, for funding. This is exactly what got the situation going with the University of Arizona. University of Arizona, like Pima County, relies too much on the federal government for funding sources. We need both the university and we need Pima County to live within their own economic means. And I think we should not support this at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I am so proud that the University of Arizona is located within District 5 and that its fingerprints are across all of our state and so many of our families. The compact that has been handed down to our university is not about excellence, it's about control. The Trump administration is trying to force our university to follow a political agenda by tying funding to ideology. That's not accountability, that's coercion. It's censorship in disguise. You can't claim to support free speech while punishing schools and students for what they teach. Conditioning funding on political conformity is government-sponsored censorship. It attacks students who need support most. The proposal threatens programs like TRIO and the Hispanic Serving Institution grants, which have been lifelines for first-generation and low-income students. And it widens inequality instead of closing it. The compact that the Trump administration has sent is also hypocritical. The same people who shout local control suddenly want federal control over what professors and students learn. Professors teach and students learn. It harms Arizona and the nation's future, and it punishes diversity and independent thought. This compact erases the progress that we've made toward fair access to higher education. And bottom line, it is an anti-intellectual power grab that replaces education with indoctrination. America should fund ideas, not fear them. And that's why I'm very grateful for our colleague from District 3 for putting this on the agenda. And I agree with my colleague from District 4. Perhaps this postcard to Congress is not, to the University of Arizona, rather, may not get the attention that one wants it to get. I am of the mindset that as a county, we will always stand with our university and the success that they have created in our region. And this reminds me of a situation where no, there's not going to be a right answer coming out of this, Chair Scott, but I'd rather be on the right side of history. And I look forward to supporting it.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments from board members? I want to say, as a career educator, that I'm grateful to you, Supervisor Allen, for putting this resolution on the agenda, and I'm proud to support it. I'm proud to support it for several reasons. One of them is this: if you genuinely believe in academic freedom, as I'm sure the administration of the University of Arizona does, you don't make deals with people who clearly do not have the interests of academic freedom in mind. I think Supervisor Cano used some very well-crafted language to describe exactly what is going on here. This is the introduction of authoritarianism into academia. This is an authoritarian inclined administration, and this is their attempt to try and force it into academia. I hope that we will join, I hope the University of Arizona will join MIT, which has already rejected this compact. And I really want to commend President Garamella and his team for everything that they have done, working with the Arizona Board of Regents to right the financial ship at the University of Arizona. We have gotten some emails from the president's team in terms of what they've done. And that sort of Damocles that will hang over them if they reject this compact and what it might mean for finances probably makes it tempting to sign your name. And I hope they will resist that temptation. I hope they will resist that temptation. And I hope the president and the Board of Regents recognize that if they sign this compact, they will also lose trust and credibility within the Tucson and Pima County community. So thank you again, Supervisor, for putting this on the agenda. All those in favor of the item indicate by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Opposed. Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. All right, we're going to go to items 20 through 22, but I'm going to do them in a different order just because I think some of them will promote more discussion than others. So let's take up the two that came out of the retreat first. The retreat that we had at the end of August, which Administrator / historian Jan Lesher pointed out was the first board retreat ever. So we're happy to have accomplished that. And these were two items that came out of the retreat. Number 21 was the creation of the Agenda Review Committee. And if my colleagues will go to the item and click on the attachment, this is what we got from the county administrator and her team in response to what she heard from the board during our retreat. And so it addresses the membership and purpose of an agenda committee and talks about all of the work that committee would do, its deadlines. But it also, and I believe this is specific to an item that Supervisor Cano brought up during the retreat, it also addresses how we might handle the consent calendar moving forward. If you look at the last item on the attachment. And I know from serving as your chair that Ms. Manriquez has already scheduled agenda and addendum review meetings, and it's very easy to add people to our appointments. Would certainly welcome Vice Chair Allen and a representative from the other three offices to serve on the agenda committee with us and also with Ms. Lesher and her her designee and Mr. Brown or his designee. So just wondered if my colleagues had any comments about the Agenda Review Committee. I'm sorry, Mr. Jerkowitz, were you trying to get my attention? All right, my apologies. All right. Supervisor Christie.
Going back to Mr. Jerkowitz, do we have a legal opinion of how this affects open meeting laws?
I appreciate that question.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, because of the limited scope of this committee, it would not constitute a public body as defined by ARS 38431 or an advisory committee or subcommittee. It's also defined by that same statute and therefore would not fall under the purview of the open meeting law.
So there would be no clear violation of any open meeting laws?
That is what it appears to be based on the scope of the committee.
Would it require further investigation for a legal opinion? Because you said that as it appears.
So in section 4, it says the committee shall review agendas and addendum agendas for all regular and special meetings review the language of each agenda addendum item to ensure the public will understand what is to be discussed and acted upon by the board, ensure adequate supporting materials are included with agenda and addenda items. It is not making a recommendation concerning any decisions that this board might make at an actual meeting. It is not recommending a course of conduct or what items to be considered by the board.
So it's not designed to determine the content of the agenda?
Correct. Other than the language for how the public would be apprised of the nature of the agenda item.
Okay, that seems kind of tortured. Secondly, what problems are we trying to correct here? What are we looking to correct?
The discussion that came up at the retreat, Supervisor Christie, was that there was value in having each board office be able to have some say into the construction of the agenda. Currently, the agenda review team is myself as the chair, Ms. Manriquez as the clerk, the county administrator, and or her designee, and Mr. Brown or his designee. And we do the same thing that is described in that review section, but those functions would now involve all of our offices, 2 supervisors, the chair and the vice chair, and then whoever the other 3 supervisors designate from their offices as members of the committee.
Well, I keep getting the feeling by reading this that what you're really saying is that Supervisor Christie, we're not going to allow you to put anything on the agenda.
Well, that would not be the case. And if you remember, Supervisor, you and I, along with Supervisor Bronson, joined to defeat a measure by the previous chair that would have set up more of a vetting process for items. This is not that.
That's a good clarification, because that's what I was sensing.
I can understand why you were. And again, you and I were in the same camp, if you were, when that item came up during the previous term. This is not that. This is involving all board offices in the construction of the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines.
I actually, and Chair Scott, and to my colleague in District 4, I think it's incredibly important that this be bipartisan, because I remember back when we were not even at the dais, we would have a consent calendar with 30, 40 items on it, and one or more of us would pull off 10, 12, 15 things. And it kind of made the consent agenda look ridiculous because there was anything but consent. So there was no consensus. So having, not to obligate, your staff, Supervisor Christie, or you, but I think having your office's input will help, just on that thing alone, help us to craft a more sensible, efficient consent agenda, so that we're not all sitting here at the dais trying to figure out who, what things can we bundle or not bundle. And anyway, I just think that makes a lot of sense, and definitely not something that would restrict your ability or anyone's ability to put something on the agenda, but just to make these meetings go a little bit more efficiently and ensure that every office and every supervisor can opine and vote the way they want to. I think it's a good idea.
Supervisor Connor.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I want to offer my appreciation to you and to our administrator and our clerk for introducing this item. I do believe that this reform is going to be an important one that will allow us to ensure that these meetings are making most use of our time. I look forward to our office and my staff working with the District 4 team to alleviate any concerns about what I believe is now a discredited assumption that, we want you at the table, Supervisor Christie. You are one of 5. And I wish you would have joined our board retreat to engage in this discussion, because we, of course, had a robust conversation about some of the items that are before the board right now. My only comment on this, and I appreciate on the consent calendar, item being, it's pretty crystal clear that we're following what is the practice of the legislature, controlled by the Republican Party, by the way, to be able to streamline this process by requesting a consent item be pulled from consent in advance. The language here doesn't tell us, it doesn't give me assurance that we are, in the legislature, we had a time certain the week prior to be able to request that that item be pulled. And that was used by members of both parties to be able to continue conversation. I think this just says that they are allowed to do it, and that's okay. Because this is new, let's experiment with it. Let's see how it works. I have greater questions, or more questions, I should say, of the county administrator working with our chair and with the clerk to really just go into, to look closely at what should be on consent and what should not. There are going to be things that you just know is going to require robust discussion. And if it's not, place it in there. And now under this policy, any one of us in advance or at the meeting as is current practice are able to pull that item. So once again, just to summarize, I would have liked a date like the Friday before, but I don't want this to be perceived as anything other than trying to streamline our meetings.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, of course, all these what ifs come to mind. Let's say, for example, that the agenda meeting was for such and such a date at such and such a time, and for whatever reason, I can't attend. But I've submitted something that I'd like on the agenda, and I'm not there. Am I going to be the recipient of the feeling that, well, Supervisor Christie's not here, so we won't even bother to put his item on the agenda?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, you would not be on the agenda committee. Whoever you designate from your staff would be. The only two supervisors who are on the agenda committee are the chair and the vice chair. In this case, that would be myself and Supervisor Allen. You, Supervisor Cano, and Supervisor Hines would each appoint somebody from your office to serve on the agenda committee.
So again, my question.
That would not factor into the decision, and there has not been one instance since we rejected that item that I mentioned previously. There has not been one instance where a supervisor's item was not added to an agenda unless, because I remember there was an issue with regard to an item that Supervisor Hines wanted to bring forth, unless there was an issue that was raised of a legal nature by the county attorney. And this was before Supervisor Cano and Supervisor Allen were on the board, but we talked about that in exec. But there's never been a time that would happen, and it wouldn't happen in this instance either. It would be exactly, I really appreciate that Mr. Jerkowitz spoke to the items in number 4, because that's exactly what the committee will do. It's exactly what the committee will do. And I also appreciate how consent has been crafted through most of our previous term and definitely this term. I can't remember the last time somebody asked to pull an item from the consent agenda. I think there's been really a great amount of care put forth by both the administration and the clerk's office in terms of what goes on consent and what doesn't.
Sure,
Supervisor
Scott.
Cano, please.
Let me ask this question
Please.
in a different way so that we have clarity about what we're doing here. Will the agenda committee be able to block an individual supervisor's desire to put an item on the agenda?
No, sir.
To my colleague from District 4, is that pretty crystal clear to you?
Then why are we doing this? Because he can do that now.
Again, the discussion at the retreat was to have each board office be involved in construction of the agenda instead of it just being the purview of whoever is the chair.
This gives the impression that things are being constructed behind closed doors. Where's the transparency element in this and the safeguarding of transparency?
It would just, I would imagine what we would be spending most of our time talking about is this third bullet. Ensuring adequate supporting materials are included with agenda and addendum items. The language of each agenda addendum item is constructed based on the BOSAR and the work of the clerk's office. And then what I'll often hear Ms. Manriquez say in our current agenda meetings is she will ask the representative from the county attorney's office, are you okay with this language? Are you okay with this language in terms of it being okay by form? What I think we would probably spend most of our time talking about is, are there adequate supporting materials included with agenda and addendum items? And I think the person who would have the greatest input into that would be either the supervisor or the representative of the supervisor who put that agenda or addendum item on. Any other questions or comments? Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Hines.
Right, thank you. So then this committee wouldn't, of course, be blocking any one of us our ability to put anything on the agenda, but might come back to say, hey, could we tweak the language that the public will be seeing about this item because we think this would make it clear to them that this is what's going to be discussed. That might be a recommendation.
It could well be, although, like I've said, most of the comments about language that I have seen in agenda committees come from the county attorney with regard to whether it's appropriate to form.
Okay, and in the case that a change was suggested or recommended, that would go to the supervisor as well, right?
Oh, unquestionably. Unquestionably. Supervisor Allen.
I just have a question. So if I cannot make the meeting, is it implied, because it's not stated here, that I can have a representative? And so that's one question. And then if I can't make it, can another supervisor then swap out with their staff so that there's still two supervisors?
That I don't think you can do. There have been times, based on how this is written, there have been times, it's been rare, that I've not been able to take part in an agenda review or an addendum review. If I feel like it's important that board input is given, I'll either ask that one of my staff members be there or that Ms. Manriquez follow up with me after the meeting. So my opinion would be, were you in that position, that you could send somebody from your staff? But another supervisor, no, I don't think we could do that. Because then I'd have to pick between these three guys, and then I'd make two of them back.
I nominate my colleague from District 4.
Chair Scott.
Mr. Jerkowitz.
So to address that concern, the language could be amended to say the committee shall be comprised of the chair of the board, vice chair of the board, and one staff member of any of the remaining supervisors, or of supervisors who are not attending the meeting.
Okay. So instead of it saying who are not the chair or vice chair of the board, it could say who are not attending the meeting?
Sure.
Okay.
And then a
Fine with
staff
that.
member would be able to attend.
All right.
Chair Scott,
Please, Supervisor Connor.
I would just say this is going to be a beta test, and the board has the ability to figure out if this worked or not in a year's time. And that input is going to be especially important from our clerk. And so I ask for our clerk to just ensure that you're communicating with our offices as well as this process gets going. We want to ensure that it works for your incredible staff as well. We recognize that this is a new chapter, but more than anything, it's going to streamline our ability to have more effective meetings. We're going to come prepared. I'm not going to mention the item today that I had in particular an issue with that I think could have been addressed in a way had an agenda review committee been processed, and that was for a simple, proclamation. I think instead of offering an individual certificate of recognition, we should offer a full proclamation at our board meetings, right? And that is something that could, with additional eyes, with planning in advance, we can work out a lot of those kinks. And I feel like this is a new step and one that I'm going to be paying close attention to. And it is up to the individual offices to participate in this process. And I highly encourage all 5 supervisorial districts to engage in this so that we can create good opportunities for us to have streamlined meetings. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions or comments from board members?
Be at 30 or what, because it added up to.
So what I believe you're suggesting is instead of it saying who are not the chair, it should say one staff representative of each of the supervisors who are not able to attend the meeting. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
So you're saying a supervisor could attend if the vice chair.
So if the chair was not present, that would be a representative from the chair's office could go.
Okay.
If the vice chair was not present, that would be someone from the vice chair's office.
Okay.
But I couldn't go.
No.
Not as it's currently, not as it's currently.
Okay. Does that make sense, Ms. Manriquez?
Chair Scott, so I think it should be amended to say the committee shall be comprised of the chair of the board or one of his staff member if he is not able to attend, vice chair of the board, and we use that same language again. And then the way, I think that is clear.
Okay.
And makes it sound, everyone knows it's the chair and the vice chair that can attend of the board. It's representatives of the other 3 districts.
Got
And
it.
if the chair or vice chair cannot attend, then one of their staff member may attend in their place. It's not required, but they may attend in their place.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I'm fine with that. Supervisor Hines?
Sorry, one more pickle here.
You're fine.
Doesn't that mean that technically you could have an agenda like meeting with no supervisors the way you're just writing what I just heard?
It's strikingly unlikely, technically sure, but I
shouldn't
think
we-
the
shouldn't
fact that
we not
we
do that?
would, I think the likelihood, I'll tell you, these meetings are all on my calendar already.
Oh, no, I'm sure that it won't.
It's strikingly unlikely. It could happen, but it's strikingly unlikely.
And to that point, there are instances at the chamber across where no electeds are present in these calls.
Really?
Really?
Where no elected sometimes are able to make it. So their designated representatives participate.
So what you're saying is, based on your experience working in the city, Supervisor Cano, is that sometimes their agenda committee does not include any of the members of the council?
Or mayor.
Or mayor.
Mayor's usually present, but sometimes mayor's got to do mayor duties, right? And so I feel like what is most important, the point I'm trying to make is everybody has a representative. And if you can't make it, you can't make it. But I know who will be there, our clerk. And this is that process that makes it ensure that we are doing the public's business in the right way.
I got you.
I guess.
All right. Go ahead.
I would just suggest that one of the 2 of you need to be, one of the 2 supervisors who are either the chair or vice chair must be present. And then otherwise, I don't really care. But I just think there should be one elected official present at this thing.
Supervisor Allen and I will do our level best
Okay. Thank you.
to meet that commitment.
We can promise.
All right. Okay, so do you need a motion to change it to that language, Ms. Manriquez?
When you make a motion, that's
Okay, I move that we approve this item as amended. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Further discussion? All right, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes with Supervisor Christie opposed. All right, now let's go to item number 22, addition of study sessions. Again, this came out of the retreat. There's been discussion many times.
Point of order, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Please.
That was an amendment we voted on. Now, don't we have to go back and vote on the whole thing as amended?
No, the Please, I don't know that Supervisor Christie heard what you said to me in terms of how we did that.
Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, the board's motion was to approve as amended. So they approved those amendments that you guys discussed.
Thank you, Supervisor. So let's go then to addition of study sessions, which is item number 22. Again, this came out of the retreat. And I really want to thank Ms. Lesher and her team, because not only did they do a tremendous job of encapsulating some of the items that we discussed as being particularly conducive to study sessions, but they also put together a revised calendar up until the beginning of June that would add a monthly study session. And something that we talked about at the retreat is that just like at the retreat where we were able to speak freely in a way that we're not able to do outside of an agendized meeting, that study sessions give us that opportunity to engage with each other in much more flexible ways, and give us an opportunity to engage with staff in much more flexible ways. So interested in hearing from my colleagues about what they think of the calendar. We should also have a discussion about start times for study sessions, as well as the concept of having them at all. So I'll open it up to my colleagues. Supervisor Connor.
Thank you, Chair Scott. I'm grateful again to the clerk for providing a proposal to the board for our consideration, and thank you to the chair for introducing this item. I have to say, with a little bit of hesitation, that I'm not thrilled about the current structure. What this is doing right now is adding an additional day, and I believe that we can add an additional meeting in a study session format on our regularly scheduled days. I'm going to support the motion for the time being to give us the ability to test this out, but I feel like we need to remind ourselves that we should not replicate the wheel, and I think duplicate the wheel. And I feel like this is the addition of a third date, I think, can be accommodated in the mornings. And I was going to offer, a substitute motion to at least get us through Q1 into April to see if this will prove to be fruitful. But in the spirit of the conversation that we had at the retreat, to give this a shot, to see how we will make better use of our time so that we don't have 7, 8, 9-hour meetings, I will support the motion as introduced, the proposal as introduced, and related to time, I look forward to doing the people's business at 9 a.m. or at 5 p.m., whatever the pleasure of the board is as it relates to timing. I've heard, of course, a lot of interest in making sure that these meetings are accessible to the public, and those are my comments for now. Thank you, Chair Scott.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hines.
And I would echo a lot of what we just heard from my colleague in District 5. We literally heard for all of the folks here very passionate about Project Blue and whatnot. I mean, I think 4 or 5 of them specifically mentioned having to leave their business or to take off part of a day, and that we hear that a lot. And so I'm not just obsessed with keeping us here until 7 or 8 p.m. I would prefer that, but I think there are a lot of, it's not going to kill the staff. I think we can adjust. These are largely all salaried folks. We can make it work whatever time, but thinking about how much more accessible just our colleagues and the mayor and city council, their meetings are, because of when they do their, I think it's afternoon study sessions, and then followed by their 5 p.m. anyway, late afternoon, early evening council meetings. I think we should look at that, and we also don't need to stick to Tuesdays for any particular reason. So I think, that's not exactly what we're talking about, but I'm open to trying study sessions as well, but also would love to see us maybe not necessarily have to add a third meeting. So,
thank you. Supervisor Christie.
I'm kind of confused. Are we talking about having a study session the same day as a regular session? Board
That's-
POS?
No, that's not what the county administrator put together after hearing input from the retreat. It would add a study session as a third meeting day. And the way
Solely
it's
separate from Board of Supervisors?
correct, it would be another Tuesday. It would be another
Not the
Tuesday.
same Tuesday?
No. What Supervisors Cano and Hines were saying is they reserved the right to suggest that moving forward. Is that correct, gentlemen?
I think that's what threw me off, Mr. Chair, because we were just talking about streamlining the meetings and avoiding 7-8 hour meetings. And
Yeah.
now I was hearing we're going to have the regular Board of Supervisors meeting and then a study session or vice versa on the same day. That's 10, 12 hours of meetings.
Yeah, and that's not what's proposed now, but what our colleagues were saying is that an arrangement similar to what they see in the city might be something that they'd ask us to consider in the future, but that's not what this is, no. And then Administrator Lesher, the reason we stuck with Tuesdays had to do with, I think, not being in conflict with other elected bodies that have meetings and other days of the week. Wasn't that the thought of staff when they were putting this together?
Chair Scott, a couple of things that, yes, that we have been meeting on Tuesdays, other jurisdictions meet on other days. And simply the initial thinking was to avoid the confusion that if we're trying to make sure that the public knows how to access the board, Tuesday seems to be the day that you all are meeting. And if you end up with a study session on a different day, it could provide for confusion to the public. So for ease in initial implementation, to keep the same day, seem to keep the same drumbeat or pattern to provide for accessibility.
Okay. Supervisor Allen.
So I appreciate that we're discussing this, carrying it forward from the retreat. The only thing that I would add is a proposal that we meet at 5 o'clock, that we do the study sessions in the evening, starting at 5 o'clock, so that one of our gatherings, one of our meetings, convenings of ourselves, is accessible for people after work hours. I sympathize with the strain that will put on some staff. But I think as I do the weighing of kind of public benefit, that we have one time and space out of the meetings that we offer in which the public can readily come after work hours, that I feel like that benefit it's an important one for us to raise up.
Supervisor Allen, you and I had a discussion along these lines when I was getting ready to put these items on the agenda. And what I have been thinking about since we had that discussion is following up on your point, and Supervisor Hines made it earlier. I'm wondering if starting in December, when we have study sessions added, if we had study sessions at 9 o'clock, one of the regular meetings at 9 o'clock, but then the second regular meeting in the evening, because it's at the regular meetings where we're making decisions. It's at the regular meetings where we have call to the public. It's at the regular meetings where the board is most likely to be to hear from our constituents. So I wonder if there wouldn't be value in if we go with that direction, moving one of the two regular meetings to evening instead of the study session.
Love it.
Oh, what's that?
We could have one morning board meeting and an evening study session because people might want to contribute to that, and then an evening board meeting as well.
So you're talking, what you're talking about, Supervisor, is in a month where there's 3 meetings, 2 of them would be in the evening, 1 would be in the morning.
Yeah.
What, Supervisor Connor?
I want to echo my colleague from District 1's comments that study sessions that might not be an evening event, an evening meeting, excuse me. I do believe that what I heard from you, Chair Scott, is that we should look at the board meeting being in the evening instead. So I support that. Is there any consensus to try this out until like April and see where we're at? I mean, well, one, it's going to be an adjustment, right? But I feel like we're trying to be innovative, but I don't want to, if we were to approve a calendar all at once, you've got to post each and every single one of those, and we technically would cancel them if it's a model that's not coming to serve the board's needs, right? Clerk Enriquez?
Chair Scott, board members, if you, there's already an approved schedule going until June 2026 for regular scheduled meetings.
Right.
We would have to bring that back, amending the schedule if you want to make any changes to those approved board meetings.
So what you're saying, Ms. Manriquez, is this item as it's submitted is sufficient to add study sessions. But if we want to change start times, that would be another item.
Chair Scott, for regular meetings that have already been approved, yes.
Okay. All right.
And then Chair Scott,
Please,
board
go
members,
ahead.
I just need to add this. For the clerk's office, just so you guys are aware, if you decide to do evening meetings, it would put a strain on our office and on our staff. So there's 7 total that do these meetings.
Okay.
And so, they're hourly, majority are hourly employees. So having a meeting that they're an hourly employee, then, we would need to adjust during regular work times, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday when our office is open. But then additional time for a meeting that is now going to be in the evening. I also don't know if it would also cause strain on the other departments that communications, information technology, facilities management, they help run these meetings as well. So I'm not sure if it would, what strain it would cause to their departments. Another thing that you guys also may want to consider is the parking garages. I know parking garages close at a certain time, and staff, I know my staff park in other parking garages around the downtown area, that it may affect them, the parking garages, and then also walking in at night to the parking garages, the safety of my staff and other staff.
Sure.
So that's just something to also consider.
Ms. Manriquez, I appreciate that. I wonder if I could ask that we continue this item to, I don't know if a week is enough time to get all the information that you need, or is it? If we continued this item to the 21st, which is just a week from today, would that be sufficient time to get the information that we need to consider evening meetings of any type, whether they be study sessions or regular meetings? Or would it be better to continue the item till the November 4th meeting?
Chair Scott?
Supervisor Kano.
If we can figure out how to bring back the NAFCare operations to our board meetings, I feel like we've got to do this the right way, and we've got to make sure that we're listening to our clerks. So I'm actually thinking that we delay until the first meeting in December on action so that we can see what that plan could look like. That would really just throw us off about 1 additional month from the proposal in your submission, but it will allow us to figure out these real world implications to both people and staffing and the budgetary restraints that, and I shouldn't call them restraints, because what we are trying to do, we need to reframe the narrative. We are trying to ensure that the public has access to these meetings, and we've got to figure out what way to do that, make sure it's cost effective. And if we hear that this multi-department approach, it's better off for us to do this in the fiscal year so that we can provide additional supports, meaning next June, I'm willing to have that conversation. I think I'm even concerned with some of my own suggestions on this dais right now, because you don't want to take away something from the public, an expectation that we are available in the evening. We do a beta test, don't do it right, and then we say, oh, just kidding, we're going back to the old one. So it's whatever the pleasure of this board is, but we've got to do this one right. And so my suggestion was just we wait till December and backlog what it would take.
So what you're suggesting, Supervisor Kano, is that we continue the item until the first meeting in December, and then get a report from staff, both the county administrator and the clerk, with regard to the impact of moving one or more of our meetings to evening hours. And perhaps the best way to do that is to take a look at what it would mean for one, what it would mean for two.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Chris.
just as an aside, and to Ms. Manriquez's point, like many departments in Pima County, I know the clerk's office is struggling with high turnover. This could have another negative impact on it. So that should be taken into consideration as well.
Supervisor Christie, thank you, because I think what you're pointing to and what Supervisor Cano was pointing to with regard to the time to consider this is also the time for offices to have internal conversations.
So if Supervisor Cano wants to put that suggestion in the form of a motion, I will second it.
Chair Scott, can I phone a friend?
What we are doing is we're moving to continue this item until the first meeting in December. And we're asking for a report back from staff on the implications of having one or two of these meetings in the evening. That's what you'll second, Supervisor Christie? Yeah, all right. All right, moved and seconded. Further discussion, Supervisor Hines.
I think to get this information, it's probably, I don't know that it will take that many weeks because we have a mayor and council that have been doing this for many years. So they have a support team, staff, all that, similar departments that would be involved in those meetings as well. I'm pretty sure they have kind of mirror departments that do all the stuff. So like it should be, I would think that we would be able to look to their example to see kind of how they have adjusted and work with staff and what kind of staffing changes they have to do and such. So I would hope that it would be a little sooner than 6 weeks, but I'm fine with this motion as well.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor. All those in favor of continuing the item as described. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Allen. Do you have something you want to say? Right. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item is continued and that passes unanimously. Let's go to the final item on our agenda, joint meetings with the Tucson City Council. And since I put this on the agenda and since this didn't come out of the retreat, let me begin with some introductory remarks because what it says is to address issues related to unsheltered homelessness and how our two governments can build on the collaborative efforts we've already undertaken. This is not a new discussion. When I took over as the chair, our former colleague from District 5, Supervisor Grijalva, told me that she and Mayor Romero had been having discussions about a joint meeting. Correct, Ms. Lesher? And I wrote to all of you a few months ago. Responses from the three offices that responded are attached to this item. And as I heard from Mayor Romero, she and her colleagues discussed joint meetings recently. What we should discuss today are all possible topics connected with unsheltered homelessness, not just the ones that are attached to this item. I should tell you that both the mayor and I feel that we need more than one joint meeting on this topic. And ultimately, when we're done talking about this item, we'll direct the county administrator and the clerk of the board to work with their counterparts in the city of Tucson in terms of getting dates and locations. As all of you know, I've continued the practice that was begun by Supervisor Bronson, continued by Supervisor Grijalva when they were chairs, of meeting monthly with the mayor. The topic of unsheltered homelessness and its effects have been addressed often. And by the way, these meetings include not just myself, but Ms. Lesher, and Ms. Perez, her chief of staff, Mr. Tom Muir, often members of his staff. So it's the mayor and chair meetings, but the manager and the administrator are present as well as members of our staffs. We've talked about unsheltered homelessness many, many times. We have convened, the mayor and I have meetings of our justice system partners. I talked about that earlier during Ms. Darlin's presentation. Those include representatives from the Sheriff's Department, from the Police Department, from the courts, from the county attorney, from the city attorney. And as the former city attorney said, the focus of these meetings should be especially on what we're doing to deal with repeat offenders. And we've got some working groups that are coming out of those meetings. We've talked about the county's transition center. As you know, the city provides support for staffing there. I requested and we received recently a memo from the county administrator on how to make the transition center, which was approved by a unanimous vote of this board, 7 days a week. We've talked about that in these meetings. We've talked about the use of opioid settlement funds and the work of the Regional Opioid Settlement Advisory Committee. We've made outreach to the Attorney General and the Department of Health Services to combine state opioid settlement funds with local funds. We've talked about the work of Ms. Darlin's department. We've talked about the work of county teams that go out to respond to encampments, county teams that include detainee and crisis services, community and workforce development, regional flood control, the sheriff's department. We've talked about data in the loop. I mentioned earlier when I had Mr. Stuckey come up that Ms. Lesher and I shared with the mayor and the city manager the data that we got from Mr. Stuckey, and that was passed on to TPD. We have talked about the work of the INVEST program and medically assisted treatment in the jail. The reason I mention this is because we had our October meeting, the mayor and I did, ironically, yesterday, the same day that she had announced the Safe City Initiative. And I made it clear that we're happy to build on collaborative efforts already begun, and we're ready to discuss what are the actual statutory responsibilities of both of our local governments. We agreed that we should look for more opportunities to partner with the state. This board knows that we've been and we're going to continue to be at the table with all of our local partners when it comes to dealing with unsheltered homelessness and its effects, not just the city of Tucson, but also the city of South Tucson, the towns, the tribes, and the many private sector organizations. And I have said this to the media in response to the Safe City Initiative, and I know this to be true for all of us. The county has been and will continue to be a leader in this space, not an idle bystander. And those are discussions that, as the two biggest governments, we need to have. I'm looking forward to having. And I just wanted to share those introductory comments about what has already been discussed between the mayor and myself, oftentimes building on discussions that she started with Supervisor Grijalva, and those would lead to joint meetings of our two bodies. So with those introductory comments, happy to hear from my colleagues. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You just made a point that I want to underline, and that's the collaboration between all of the jurisdictions in the county. Supervisor Hines is our representative to RTA, and at some point at one meeting I heard in the media that he made what I think is a very good point, a very salient point, and that is that in addition to regional transportation, there are many more areas that PAG could involve itself in or be part of that heretofore has pretty much been ignored. Supervisor Hines rattled off several topics that deal with all of the jurisdictions, and what better venue and vessel than the Pima Association of Governments. So I have no real desire for the board just to meet with the city council of Tucson, but I would support a PAG effort that would include all jurisdictions, all the towns and cities and nations within Pima County at the same table. That would be, I think, much more collaborative, much more effective, much more inclusive, and they're experiencing in their own way the same types of problems that we are, maybe not to the extent that we are, but nonetheless, they're affected by what we do at the county level and by what the city does at its level. And it makes perfect sense to bring all of those players into the fold of a meeting of PAG. And I would give it my full support, but I'm not interested in meeting with just the city council.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie, and I appreciate your comments. I appreciated Supervisor Hines' comments at one of our earlier meetings when I was our representative to PAG and the RTA board. I had discussions not just with my colleagues, but also with county staff about the fact that, you know, it is an association of governments, and it has been primarily focused not just in the last 5 years, but the last 20 plus years on transportation, often to the exclusion of other topics that it could take up.
And to your point, Mr. Chair, how would the other jurisdictions within our own Pima County family feel if they were purposely excluded in something as potentially important as the subjects that you want to deal with? And I think they have input, they have insight, they have experiences that they can contribute, and to exclude them would be missing out on some great opportunities for some great ideas. So I think it has to be a collaborative, county-wide, jurisdictional-wide effort of inclusion. I'm starting to sound like a Democrat.
I appreciate your comments. I don't disagree that there would be value in having discussions outside the area of transportation in the Pima Association of Governments. I think we could tap into not only the expertise of other jurisdictions, but as Ms. Lesher and Mr. DeBonis know, there are advisory committees with jurisdictional representatives that are part of PAG right now that deal with issues other than transportation. But their issues don't often come before the larger body. Having said that, because of the work of the homeless management information system, because of the work that is designated to the city and the work that is designated to the county by the federal government in terms of funds that we receive, I do see value in meeting with our counterparts with mayor and council to talk about this particular issue, because our roles are the most significant too in the valley. But the larger point of having a PAG discussion about more issues than just homelessness, I absolutely agree with. Absolutely agree with. Supervisor Hines.
And actually, Mayor Romero is still the PAG chair, so
Yes, she is.
That would be. I think we could do both of those things.
Yep.
Like, I think that would be great. I would also say that homelessness is a great topic for this first joint meeting, but I've had discussions with 3, maybe 4 different members of the city council, if you include the mayor there. There is an interest, I think, bilaterally in talking about other ways we can work together more efficient. I mean, merging of departments or there are just a lot of, I think, other ways that we can talk about things between the city and the county that might make sense as well. So for future meetings, I mean.
Supervisor Hines, thank you. And Ms. Lesher, I just did, I think, a pretty poor job of talking about the city's responsibilities and the county's responsibilities with regard to our federal role under HUD. Can you flesh that out better for me than what I did, or as Supervisor Cano said, phone a friend to
I think
one of the guys in the back?
Chair Scott, you did a fine job. I mean, I think.
All right, I didn't think I did.
Yeah, it's there's interconnectivity. I think there's been some conversation lately about the role of the health department related to the jail, that they don't have a role in that space, but there's some of the little specifics we can pick through. I think the greater issue is that we both have significant roles in this space from both federal and state responsibilities, and appropriate to have a conversation about what we're doing to address this issue.
All right. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Other comments from other board members? Supervisors Cano or Allen? Supervisor Allen, please.
So my understanding that part of this agenda item is to also be putting potential agenda items together, correct? So with that, and I have a couple of things that I think might be helpful. for at least initial meetings. One would be figuring out where we are values aligned with the city as it relates to joint work around issues of homelessness and homelessness. And I say that there's some hesitation in that it's such a, I think we use homelessness as a broad category when in fact we're dealing with populations that there is folks who are unhoused, there are folks with mental illness, there are folks with substance use disorder, and then there's also folks that are involved, and I think it's associated, especially when we talk about the loop, there's like criminal activity, right? And there is some overlaps, but there is also, those are distinctive things. So I think getting some understanding about kind of what the values are as we want to work together to figure out kind of what that, what is that sweet spot in which it really makes sense for some strong coordinated collaboration where we're aligned. Second, I think it would be helpful to just make sure that we are aligned in around the gaps, in identifying what the gaps are. And again, thinking about gaps in those 4 areas specifically. I think it would also be helpful because one of the ways in which, acknowledging I have very short tenure in this role, but one of the ways in which I see a lot of success between collaboration in the city and the county has been around housing. And the county has committed $250 million for affordable housing over the next 10 years. And thinking then about how the city and the county can work together and utilizing our investment, our commitment to affordable housing to be able to deal with the need for supportive transitional housing. I am also interested in understanding, and this may not necessarily be something that has to be done in a meeting, but where we're at with the homeless protocol. That was shared between the city, the county, where we are at with the position that was formerly held by Mari, and if that position is still open, and if it is open, what we might be able to do if there's still interest and need for filling it, to be able to have somebody whose job is literally to foster that connection between the city and the county on these strategies. I think discussion around the use of the annex would be helpful. I hear a lot of interest, a lot of ideas, different ideas for how to use it. And then, there's sort of a larger conversation around, thinking through the housing funding, thinking through opioid settlement, thinking through law enforcement resources, and, what then are, what are some of the short-term things we can do and need to do, the mid-range, but the long-term. We do have in the long-term resources that, we hope we continue to have. And how can we have a force multiplier over the long term on these issues, and understanding that they are, sort of 4 different strategies of them. But what are some of the short-term bites that we can take off, and then what's some of the longer term?
Supervisor Allen, thank you very much. And I appreciate especially what you said about gaps, because the very first, if you go to the attachment to this item, which are the suggestions from my office, your office, and Supervisor Cano's office, the first one under District 1 says continuum of care issues. And was what I was trying to say, Ms. Lesher, is the city has certain roles in the continuum of care. We have certain roles in the continuum of care. So does the wider TPCH organization. And I wrote identification of service gaps within the local COC. And connected with that is a discussion as 2 bodies about one of the tasks from Ms. Darlin's department that's listed under number 3, leveraging existing programs to meet the needs of vulnerable and at-risk individuals and families. I feel like that addresses gaps as well. But then to your point about the joint position that used to be occupied by Ms. Vasquez, I believe, Ms. Lesher, that you and Mr. Tamier continue to be in discussion with each other about that position.
Actually, Chair Scott, I believe the position has been filled, but let me get you some additional information.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. But I appreciate you mentioning all those things because I think they'll be added to what was listed here. Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, very quickly, just please. Another what-if scenario, and it's certainly a very improbable one, but what if our board suggested in this meeting with the City of Tucson that the City of Tucson discontinue free bus fares? I mean, we're not going to get anywhere with that, and it's not going to help the issue. Secondly, today we talked about the loop and the issues with the loop and all of the dangers that are inherent currently at certain spots within the loop. We've established the fact that the loop goes through many jurisdictions, and some of it is in incorporated areas. So they have a say in this matter too. So I again think it would be most beneficial that we have a collaborative effect and include all of the jurisdictions. And with that, Mr. Chair, may I please call the question?
You may. And if you don't mind, could I add your suggestion that Supervisor Hines also bring up at the next PAG meeting a discussion of how PAG can expand its scope beyond just transportation?
Yeah, I'm actually just texting Ortega. So.
All right.
I want to make sure parliamentary procedures is being followed and if I'm even allowed to speak, because I wasn't aware of there being a motion. So can we go to the parliamentarian?
Board members, there is no motion on the.
Oh, I apologize. The discussion started without a motion. That's my fault, Supervisor Christie, not yours.
Thank you.
Go
Chair.
ahead, Supervisor Cano.
Thanks, Chair Scott. I want to thank my colleague from District 1 for bringing this item to the board's agenda. Unsheltered homelessness remains one of the most visible and complex humanitarian challenges and public safety concerns facing our region. It is a shared responsibility that spans city, county, and regional jurisdictions, and it requires coordination that matches the scale of the need. No single government, agency, or nonprofit can resolve this crisis alone. A cross-jurisdictional approach allows us to align our resources, our data, and strategies to ensure that people experiencing homelessness are met with compassion, safety, and long-term stability, no matter where they reside in the metro area. I believe that the agenda format that has been provided to the board by the District 1 office and of course all of the additional input that we've received is headed in the right direction. But I will say that our city and county jurisdictions need to meet, Chair Scott, and we need to do that sooner rather than later. I'm curious if there is a plan for a date right now, Chair Scott and Administrator Lesher, if we are, is there a time frame that we're thinking of right now?
No.
Okay, so I'm hearing no.
Only because, sir, I wanted to have this discussion with all of you before. I think there are some dates that have been bandied about at our mayor and chair meetings, but I was clear with the mayor that I wanted to talk with all of you before we committed to a date. And by the way, she has not asked her colleagues to commit to a date either.
So, Chair Scott, a lot of this is, thank you for that explanation. A lot of this is going to go to you as our chair, working diplomatically with our mayor to ensure that this happens. I'm going to not put this in the form of a motion today, but I am asking you as one supervisor that you put this request to the mayor so that she can talk to the members of her council. I'm looking at both our board calendar and the city's, and I believe that November 18th is a prudent day for us to meet. My proposal is from 8 to 12. We are meeting that day. City of Tucson is meeting that day. City of Tucson meets in the afternoons for their study sessions. We meet in the mornings. I'm proposing we meet from 8 to 12, 2 hours each for each jurisdiction. And we delay our regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting until the conclusion of that special meeting that is between the two entities. I'm not certain if this is going to be amenable to members of this board or if it's going to be amenable to the members of the City Council, but I don't want to continue delaying this conversation. This is the idea of this has been discussed since I was appointed to this board on April 15th. And as I've said before, I'm extremely grateful, Chair Scott, for you engaging in these discussions, and I hope you'll consider my request that we work with the city for November 18th as our date.
Supervisor Cano, thank you. And as I said at the beginning of the discussion of this item, joint meetings between the city and the county were discussed between Supervisor Grijalva and Mayor Romero. So this is a conversation of long standing. What the mayor and I talked about yesterday is that the likely outcome of this item on our agenda would be that we, the board, would direct the county administrator and the clerk to work with their counterparts in the city to come up with a date and location for a joint meeting, which all of us agreed needed to be sooner rather than later, to your point. So what I will do is make a motion that we direct the county administrator to have those conversations with her counterparts in the city about time and location. And I'll amend that to include, and he's already doing it, not direction, but advise, requests that Supervisor Hines have a discussion at a PAG meeting with regard to expanding PAG's scope of, thank you. I was looking for the right word and I didn't have it. All right, so that would be my motion.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
And if I may, Chair Scott, just some additional comments. I do absolutely appreciate my colleague from District 4's suggestion that PAG look at this as well. So I look forward to learning more from Supervisor Hines. I really just ask that the county administrator and the city manager not overthink this. I've proposed a date. I do want to be the host of this convening as a county. I believe the retreat format that we used in the courthouse is it's a beautiful space and can perhaps allow for that eye-to-eye conversation that's going to be critical in this discussion. And we've also got to pay attention to the engagement of the public in that room and all of those details you'll work on, right? But it's important for us to recognize that as a county representing over 1 million residents, that we are good to all of our partners and that we do this in a diplomatic, respectful way in our county courthouse to meet the needs of of this issue head on. I'm encouraged and grateful for your leadership on this, Chair Scott.
Supervisor Cano, thank you. And just so you know, when we talked about potential locations yesterday in the mayor and chair meeting, both the county administrator's chief of staff it was the county administrator's chief of staff said that she had conversations with the city manager's chief of staff about the Copper Conference Room, and they saw some problems with that setting. The mayor suggested the big round table that they use for study sessions. And so that's another possible location that's being discussed. But I have a lot of faith in Ms. Lesher and Mr. Tomier in terms of following through on this motion. And I'm grateful that while we were talking, Supervisor Hines was already texting Mr. Ortega about what PAG might do.
Why not the PAG room, Chair Scott? I mean, here we go, right?
Hey, it's a good space for something like that. It absolutely would be. That's a good thought. That's a good thought, definitely. All right, go ahead, Supervisor.
This is a little strange, but seating is important, so we should be alternating. We should not be like sitting in tables across from each other because we'll look like corporate legal teams ready to go to battle. So I would prefer that it's like Nikki Lee, me, whatever. I mean, I don't care who's next to me.
You'll appreciate the fact, Supervisor Hines, that yesterday during the mayor and chair meeting, Mayor Romero made the very same suggestion that we intersperse supervisors and council members. And I know that should this happen, that Supervisor Christie is delighted with being in a room with 11 Democrats. All right. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you, Supervisor. All right, item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed, and believe it or not, Supervisor
Point
Cano.
of personal privilege.
You go right ahead.
It was Supervisor Allen's birthday this weekend, and want to make sure that we wish her a big happy birthday. Last week, I believe. Yeah. Happy birthday.
Oh, aren't you sneaky? All right. Thank you for being even more sneaky, Supervisor Cano. Happy birthday, Supervisor Allen. And I know you got to enjoy it on vacation with your family. Very nice. All right. Very good. Okay. Now we're adjourned. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to this meeting of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. I am going to first turn it over to our clerk, Melissa Manriquez, who will call the roll to establish quorum.
Supervisor Allen. Here. Supervisor Cano.
Here.
Supervisor Christie.
Here?
Supervisor Hines. Chair Scott.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. Let's now move to item number 2, Pledge of Allegiance. This is going to be led by Jennifer Bryant. Ms. Bryant is a division manager in our Grants Management and Information Department. Ms. Bryant, would everybody please stand?
I will be reciting the pledge in both English and the UMA language. So I'll start with English. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to its republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all. Ine potua ume intom vantiam, chikti im capsima am ea, un intom lauro luturia vechivo, wepul uemnia vechivo, wepul letu tuaka anaiki tetuak, chikti im tuamake, sime vechivo. Thank you.
Ms. Bryant, thank you. Any news for us from Grants Management and Information that you would like to share?
We're just moving along, going through this shutdown and figuring things out as we go. Yeah, thank you.
Sounds like something we would hear from a lot of county employees right now. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Thank you.
All right, and we are now going to move to the land acknowledgement statement. We're very pleased to have with us someone who is well known to the board and the community, Penelope Jacks. She represents the Preschool Promise Group. Ms. Jacks, if you could come forward and share the land acknowledgement statement.
If I can look at you guys, is that better? That work? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for having me. It's so nice to be here when I'm not asking you for something. And it's an honor to give this statement for the home that we love. On behalf of the Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homes of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaki tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacks.
Thank you.
All right, we will now move to pause for pause, and I believe we have an in-person presentation today from one of our team members at Pima Animal Care Center.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Katie Hutchinson, and I am the Outcomes Manager at Pima Animal Care Center. And I am joined today by this distinguished gentleman. This is Cody. Cody is a 5-year-old lab mix, and we are so thrilled because he just came back from a stint in foster. PAC is really embracing community these next few weeks, including our wonderful fosters who helped us learn things about the dogs and cats in our care, including things like Cody, who is housebroken, crate trained, good with kids, good with other dogs, and just one of the most well-rounded gentlemen I've ever met. He was the perfect angel in the cart ride up today. So we're really excited to be getting dogs like Cody out in our community to learn more about them, and then also getting PAC out in the community so the community can also learn more about us as well as the resources they have for pet care. So PAC will be out this weekend. We are having a pet resource fair at Ellie Town Community Center, and then are also going to be at Meet Yourself. We'll be doing free pet tags and really encourage everybody to come down, visit us, make sure your pet has a pet tag. 1 in 3 pets will go missing in their lifetime, and pet tags are the #1 way that they get home without a shelter stay. So we really encourage everyone to check your pet tags and come out and visit us while we're out in the community to make sure that you can get that free resource as well.
Ms. Hutchinson, thank you very much. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we'll now turn it back to our clerk, Ms. Manriquez, who will share agenda adjustments.
Okay, on the regular agenda, page 11, item 55, this is the contract under real property, Real Soul Transmission LLC. The county administrator requests this item be continued to the board meeting of November 4th. On page 13, item 66, under development services, unfinished business from September 16th. It is the hearing comprehensive plan amendment, Pima County 2025 comprehensive plan update, Pima Prospers. Per ARS 11805J, approval of the comprehensive plan amendment requires an affirmative vote of at least 2/3 of the members of the board. On the addendum, page 1, item 4, it's a contract under facilities management, AST Revolution LLC. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. We have a number of presentations and proclamations to make. One of them is on the addendum. The others are on the regular agenda. We're going to go first to the item on the addendum. This was put on the addendum by Supervisor Christie. It's presentation of a certificate of recognition to Humberto S. Lopez and Omar Moreles of HSL Properties to commemorate the company's 50th anniversary of business in and contributions to communities in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes 4-0, and Supervisor Christie will make the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, this is indeed an honor for me of many years of knowing these gentlemen in this organization, HSL Properties. They're very instrumental in the development of our community and in the business areas that they are so well invested in, especially in my district. And this is a great time and a great honor to acknowledge after 50 years. On behalf of the residents of Pima County, I am pleased to present this certificate of recognition celebrating HSL Properties' 50th anniversary here in Tucson. For a century and a half, half a century, you're not that old. Let's hope it's a century and a half. You don't look that old, so. For a half a century, HSL co-founders Humberto Lopez and Glenn Toyoshima have been creating communities and opportunities in Tucson, always with a focus on service, excellence, and value for residents, guests, employees, and investors. From humble beginnings back in 1975, HSL Properties successfully created and developed more than 100 LLCs, successfully developing, managing, owning, and operating multiple real estate and related investment projects, including multifamily apartments, hotels, commercial properties, and more. Yet their core values remain focused on philanthropy, and this is a company that has spent 5 decades investing in our community, forging strong partnerships that foster a culture of growth through giving back. HSL's guiding principle is, quote, "It's about community." Indeed, that statement remains at the center of everything they do, motivating them to enhance the quality of life for residents, guests, and employees, enabling them to contribute meaningfully to the communities they serve. Congratulations, HSL Properties, and here's to another 50 years. We're honoring the business end of HSL Properties, but the philanthropic end of Humberto and Zarina Lopez, particularly the effort that they've done with the center Center for Opportunity has been a hallmark and a huge blessing to this community to help people help themselves. And it was all done under the largesse of Bert Lopez. So again, our congratulations for that, as well as for 50 years serving our community. One more time.
Thank you, Steve. Unbelievable how 50 years have gone by. I was a kid yesterday, and now I'm still a kid. What the heck? Mentally, I am. Physically, I'm not there, though. Nevertheless, we moved to Tucson in 1980, which is 45 years since we've been in Tucson. Started my business in California back in As a matter of fact, my first real estate investment was 1971, and I believe I started doing business in Tucson in 1972. By 1980, I came out here supposedly to retire, and that didn't last very long. So consequently, the last 45 years that we've been in Tucson, that's been most of the growth that we've had here at HSL Properties. Currently, we own and operate over 10,000 apartments, over 2,000 hotel rooms, multiple shopping centers, and a number of other businesses. Omar is the president of the company. He's been with the company for about 25 years, and has been the president for the past 10 years. So consequently, I only have one person that reports to me, and that's Omar, and he does a very good job. And I also want to thank Supervisor Rex Scott for trying to get, and hopefully he will, get a pedestrian light at the Center of Opportunity, which is on Palo Verde and Michigan. And I understand that's in the works, and hopefully we'll have a light. One of the problems we have at Center Opportunity, which is a homeless shelter that was founded by the H.S. Lopez Family Foundation, is that these people, in order to get their bus, they're running across Palo Verde, and those cars are going about 50 miles an hour. I'm afraid that one day one of these individuals are going to be run over. But thank you so much for the honor. It's a pleasure to be here in Tucson, and hopefully Omar will be here for the next 50 years, because I don't think I will.
Heard him, Omar.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie and the rest of the board for having us here. I just wanted to say I'm here representing the over 1,000 employees that we have, or 1,000 plus team members are the ones that make this company happen, and our ability to be able to give back to the community. So we appreciate them. They couldn't all join us here today, but we thank you again for having us.
All right. A rose between two thorns.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. We will now go back to the regular agenda. This is item number 6, presentation of a proclamation to Daniel Sullivan, Director, Marhaba Ramirez, Community and Workforce Manager 1, Ana Camarillo, Navigator, Community and Workforce Development Department. Gilbert Ibarra, Administrative Specialist 3, Public Works, and Carlos Valles, Executive Director, Sabarita Food Bank and Community Resource Center, Toy Drive Committee, proclaiming October 6th through December 12, 2025 to be annual Toy Drive Days in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. All those in favor, discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? And Supervisor Allen put this item on the agenda and will be making the presentation. You know what to do, Dan. Come on.
Oh, thank you very much.
Come on up here. Thank you all for being here. So whereas many families in Pima County continue to face financial challenges and long to provide their children with a holiday season filled with joy, comfort, and hope. And whereas Pima County Community and Workforce Development, along with Pima County employees, in partnership with the Sahuarita Food Bank and Community Resource Center, have come together to organize a countywide toy drive to support children and families in need. And whereas the toy drive will run from October 6th through December 12th, 2025, offering Pima County residents the opportunity to brighten the holidays for local children. And whereas toy donations will be collected at multiple Pima County buildings, as well as the Sahuarita Food Bank and Community Resource Center located at 17750 South La Cañada Drive, Sahuarita, Arizona. Ensuring convenient and accessible drop-off locations for all who wish to contribute. And whereas the generosity of our community through this toy drive reflects Pima County's ongoing commitment to compassion, service, and uplifting our most vulnerable neighbors. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims October 6th through December 12th, 2025 to be Annual Toy Drive Days in Pima County. Passed and adopted this 14th day of October, 2025.
Woo!
Yeah.
Supervisor Allen, Chair Scott, members of the board, Administrator Lesher, the whole administrative team, my boss Carmine. I just want to thank everybody for the effort, for the honor. Most importantly, our partners in Sahuarita, we've been with them since they began and are probably one of our most important partners in the community. But really the unsung heroes for this whole project are standing to my right and my left. So we have Marhava and we have Anna, who are our navigators out there. They're out there putting this together. Funny story. So Anna, they rented a truck that was about 1,000 times bigger than Anna, and Anna was driving around, and they passed out boxes to every place that they could possibly find in Pima County, and that commitment. Of just getting behind a truck and doing the work really shows their commitment and our commitment to, as a department, to ensure that the kids everywhere have a dignified, normal Christmas. It's not about being in poverty. It's just about normalcy. It's what we want for folks. And one of my favorite events is at our Craycroft Hotel. Every year, we have the fire department come out. They do Santa Claus. We give out presents, and it's just a wonderful event. And it's because of the hard work of these two, the navigators, and our partnership with the Sahuarita Food Bank. So I couldn't be more pleased and thankful for the honor and thankful for the work that they do in ensuring that the kids and families have a wonderful Christmas on top of everything else that they do in the community.
Thank
you.
Good morning. I don't know what else to add to Dan's remarks, but we have so many programs with Pima County, and so we are grateful of our amazing partnership. Again, thank you.
Photo. Poster over there. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. We will now move to item number 7, presentation of a proclamation to Jessica Ogiba, Mark Campbell, Pedro Valladares, Valeria Fuerte, and Jim Olson, KE&G Construction Incorporated, proclaiming the month of October 2025 to be Employee Ownership Month. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and Supervisor Christie put this item on the agenda. He'll be making the presentation.
Before we begin the proclamation, I just want to give the opportunity of the participants to introduce themselves and state their position with their firms and to let everyone know who they are. So we'll begin with you.
Good morning, everyone. Tom Stevens, Vertical Division Manager.
Good morning, Valeria Fuerte, Project Engineer for JOC.
Jessica Ogiba, Director of Communications for KE&G.
Good morning. Mark Campbell, Division Manager of the Development Division. This is my trusty sidekick.
Good morning. Kyle Shepard, Assistant Division Manager for Development.
Kurt Rice, Project Manager, Development.
Morning, Pedro Valladares. I'm the Technology Manager for KE&G.
Great. Thank you. And who gets to hold? Whereas employee stock ownership plans have been established in numerous companies around the country, employing nearly 12 million working men and women, and whereas employee ownership is becoming a practice that is instrumental in helping Americans share in our nation's growth and prosperity by enabling our citizens to accumulate significant amounts of capital stock in the business at which they are employed at no cost to themselves. Whereas research has shown that employee stock ownership plans provide a strong and secure retirement that significantly supports families and retirees, and whereas employee ownership has been shown by objective research to provide several benefits, including increased productivity, improved employee retention, and increased employee engagement. And whereas employee ownership has been shown to narrow the wealth inequality gap, and whereas employee owners are more likely to engage in important vocational training with employee-owned companies, more likely to sponsor training that promotes employee job growth and development, and whereas employee ownership has become a powerful incentive for Americans to make the best of their talents and their energies in the places of work, thus strengthening the competitive potential of our state's businesses, and whereas employee ownership helps create and retain jobs in our state, and whereas the successful record of employee-owned firms in benefiting both companies and employees merits recognition. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of October as Employee Ownership Month, passed and adopted this 14th day of October, 2025. Congratulations.
On behalf of our 472 employees, we would like to thank Supervisor Christie for supporting employee ownership and all that it does for workers within our community.
Thank you very much. Down this way and crunch in. What do you think? The other way around. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Moving on with the regular agenda, item number 8, presentation of a proclamation to Sharonda Jordan, Kayla Walker, Kelly Evans, Elise Lopez, Javi Ramirez, Karina Valle, Lori Aldecoa, and Josue Romero emerge proclaiming the month of October 2025 to be Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. Discussion? Supervisor Allen.
If I could just add, I really wanted to thank folks from Emerge for the incredible event, the 50th anniversary event a few weeks ago, and for the unwavering I'm sorry, I just thought I could do comments while you're walking to just fill that little space. It won't be long. But just the commitment to putting survivors at the center, to naming racial justice and inequity, and seeing the struggle around domestic violence as being part of a larger struggle for racial justice and equity. And I'm just happy, I feel good at night knowing that Emerge is here. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. Any further discussion?
Chair Scott.
Supervisor Cano.
Thank you. I want to echo the comments of my colleague from District 3, and as we welcome our incredible team members from Emerge up to the dais, I too want to congratulate Emerge for its 50 years of existence in Southern Arizona. It's a very tough issue. Domestic violence and sexual assault are one of the most powerful things that was shared at the 50th anniversary a few weeks ago by their CEO, Anna Harper, also joining us, is I wish one day where the services of Emerge were no longer needed. And indeed, in a time where we need to continue to prioritize public safety and the safety of our families, this is a very prudent opportunity for us to recognize this important issue and, most importantly, work with Emerge to figure out how the county can continue to be a partner in this effort. So with that, I'd close the question, call the question, and ask for a vote.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0, and Supervisor Cano put this item on the agenda and will be making the presentation.
And all board members can join.
Sure.
Right. Good morning, Emerge family. It's good to see you. Congratulations on an incredible 50th anniversary celebration. It was incredible, and we'll pass it over to Anna Harper after our proclamation. And thank you to my board colleagues for joining us. Whereas domestic violence occurs in epidemic proportions across the United States, affecting more than 6 million people each year, and whereas October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month across the U.S., signified by the wearing of purple as a reminder that we must stop this dangerous and deadly epidemic, and whereas domestic abuse causes untold trauma to children and adults and harms families physically, emotionally, and economically, and whereas what began as a grassroots movement in August 1975 with the Tucson Center for Women and Children has evolved into a survivor-centered organization dedicated to fostering healing, safety, and liberation for all, and celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. And whereas in 2024, last year, 5,345 individuals experiencing domestic abuse received services at Emerge. 12,782 emergency shelter bed nights were provided to families, and wraparound services were offered to victims. 95% of participants shared that their safety improved after receiving services from Emerge. And whereas in 2024, the Tucson Police Department and the Pima County Sheriff's Department received more than 16,000 domestic violence calls and documented over 7,500 incidents. And whereas Emerge Center Against Domestic Abuse, Pima County, and other partners are committed to a comprehensive response to end domestic violence in our community, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of October 2025 to be Domestic Violence Awareness Month and encourages our community to wear purple clothing or a purple ribbon to stand in solidarity with domestic abuse victims and survivors. Passed and adopted this 14th day of October 2025. Let's give it up for Emerge's CEO, Anna Harper.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Cano, Supervisor Allen, Chair Scott, members of the board, County Administrator Lesher. On behalf of the 29 adults, 36 children, 1 dog, and 1 cat currently residing in our emergency shelter, and the thousands of other individuals and families served by Emerge each year, we receive this proclamation as a statement of continued support from the Pima County Board of Supervisors. I appreciate Supervisor Cano offering some of our service stats, and I wanted to elaborate on that. Last fiscal year, we received 4,488 calls to our hotline. We served 2,235 participants at our community-based sites. 306 men from this community engaged with our men's education program to learn safer ways to be in relationship. And as a part of the Firearms Technical Assistance Project that we have in partnership with Judge Wendy Millian at Tucson City Court, 212 victims were connected to a high-risk advocate who were at risk of being seriously harmed or killed. 174 firearms were turned in, and 449 prohibited possessors were recorded in the NICS system. Embedded in these numbers are 2,032 referrals that came from local law enforcement as a part of the appraised risk assessment protocol. 76% of those referrals were people who were in high or elevated risk situations. This proclamation honors that there is a life behind each one of those numbers and statistics. And as we near the end of our golden anniversary and 50 years of service, we are grateful for the many supporters, contributors, and volunteers who have allowed us to sustain our work. And we extend our deep gratitude to our partners at the Southern Arizona Center Against Sexual Assault, Goodwill of Southern Arizona, the Juneteenth Festival Committee, the City of Tucson's Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Program, and the Consulado de Mexico, as well as Indivisible Tono. Now more than ever, we need the support of our community to sustain our critical work. We invite you to join us at our 2nd annual Footsteps for Healing Walk to be held on Saturday, October 18th from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Reed Park. The walk and community gathering center survivors, families, and neighbors in a shared commitment to end violence in this community. I'll close with domestic violence, gun violence, sexual assault, transphobia, racism, violence against tribal communities are all deeply interconnected. Together, they form a complex web of harm that touches every corner of our society. As we move forward, we honor all who have been affected and lift up the truth that healing and safety are born from community.
Supervisor Cano, thank you very much. We'll now move to item number 9, presentation of a proclamation to Clinton Kuntz, President and CEO, El Rio Health, D.L. Poole, Chief Operations Officer, El Rio Health, Brenda Goldsmith, Executive Director, El Rio Health Health Center Foundation, and John B. Fung, Director of Major Gifts and Planned Giving, El Rio Health Center Foundation. And this is celebrating El Rio Health Center's 55 years of service. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes. You want to vote in favor of that, Supervisor Hines? All right, item passes 5-0 because Supervisor Hines has joined the meeting and Supervisor Cano put this item on the agenda and will be making the presentation.
Up. As our El Rio team members come up, I have to say I'm a little biased. I love my physician at El Rio, and also remember the dentist when I was young Andres at age 7 at the West Side Congress Clinic. Thank you for transforming so many families and ensuring that quality access to health centers, community health centers in particular, are made a reality here in Pima County. I'm going to present this to Mr. Kuntz, the CEO. Whereas for over 60 years, community health centers have provided high-quality, affordable health care in our nation's underserved communities, demonstrating that locally governed health care can improve lives while lowering costs. And whereas once a small clinic in 1970 on Tucson's west side, El Rio Health is now celebrating 55 years of service, providing care to hundreds of thousands of individuals and families at 14 locations across Tucson, with a patient-centered integrated health care approach focusing on improving community-wide health outcomes for those who have limited or no other resources. And whereas El Rio serves 1 in 9 Tucsonans, with 60% of their patients living at or below the poverty level, and provided $20.1 million in uncompensated charity care in 2024. Whereas El Rio employs over 1,900 people and serves over 129,000 patients, including 38,000 children under the age of 18, and is the 20th largest of the 1,500 community health centers in the United States, and is highly regarded because of its integrated services for all people. And whereas El Rio provides high-quality, cost-effective, accessible primary and preventative care, including integrated medical, dental, and behavioral health and pharmacy services to all individuals regardless of insurance status or ability to pay. Whereas El Rio's dedicated staff, board members, volunteers, and all those responsible for their continued success and growth since they opened their doors 55 years ago have generated over 450 visits a year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proudly celebrates El Rio Health Center's 55 years of service, passed and adopted this 14th day of October 2025. Congratulations, El Rio.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. Thank you, Board of Supervisors and Administrator Lesher and all of Pima County. 55 years we've been here. We want to be here for the next 55 years and long after that. As much as we do, we have so much more we need